Guys, you gotta help me. Am I washed? I don't know what to say. I beat Ascension 20 on in Slay the Spire, and in Slay the Spire 2, I'm getting absolutely rinsed in Ascension 1. Anyone played that? You played Slay the Spire 2? I'm getting demolished. I don't know what the fuck. I'm pausing, I'm thinking. I wonder if it's my attention span. You know, you said that yesterday. Yeah, and it's still a problem. Bro is not Northern Lion. Northern Lion's Slay the Spire 2 VODs fuck me up because I watch him, he's barely paying attention. He throws the cards that afflict a vulnerability last in the turn order. His deck does nothing, and then he wins. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm like, my perfectly calibrated. Every single card has an optimal function. I removed every strike and every defend from my deck. A 13 card deck that has a flawless cycle. Every need is fulfilled, and then I died to the Act 2 boss. Because unlike some streamers, he actually plays games. Yeah. Keep it up. Keep it up. What was that? The enemies in Slay the Spire 2 are objectively harder and Ironclad sucks ass. Ironclad does not suck ass. Come on. He's the easiest class. A complainer when he meets a person 1% more complainy than him? Fuck you. I'm not a Kenshi kind of guy. That's not my kind of flair. That's not my flavor. What's up, everyone? Unusually eventful Sunday. You seen the Chapel Roan drama? More importantly, before that, have you guys seen my retweets? I really want to get a nice pair of brown loafers. It's like a menswear staple, and I don't have them. I've tried to get them before, but I have a really tough time getting them to fit my feet because I have wide feet. Big wide feet. Look at these. These are probably the ones that I'm going to go with. Beautiful, unlined, casual. I just don't know whether I prefer suede or full grain leather. I'm not sure which I'd prefer. Holy 70-year-old Italian man. Listen, man, they're stylish as fuck, okay? What do you want? Full grain's more durable. Full grain is more durable, more water resistant, and develops a nice patina over time. Suede is more casual, very much not water resistant, more comfortable, and maybe more versatile. Like you can wear suede loafers with a pair of shorts easily if you want to. You can wear like shorts and a t-shirt and a pair of sockless brown suede loafers, and you're off to the races. You know. Also molds to your feet over time. Well, yeah. Shell Cordovan is best IMO. I mean, that's great, but that's less casual. It's got a shine to it. Is the water resistance important for Seattle? Ideally, I wouldn't be wearing brown suede loafers out when it's wet, you know? Suede also doesn't show scratches that much. I'm really undecided. I want to make a good pick, though, because a nice pair of loafers costs a lot of money. There is an Alden shop nearby. If you want water resistant, you shouldn't be wearing leather. Well, no, you can treat full grain leather to be water resistant, like boots often are, you know? I mean, I wear boots out in the rain, you know? Just have to treat them properly. Give them a nice waxing. Give them a good scrub-a-dub-dub. Chat, you should all be hitting pull-ups and squats all stream. That's true. I hit another, you're not going to believe it. I hit another pull-up yesterday. And today, this morning. I went, Kobe. But unlike Kobe, I was able to fly. Sorry. I did hit the pull-up, though. Shut the fuck up. None of you watch sports anyway. None of you know what a goddamn sport ball is. Hold on 1 second. I have too many dishes on my 1 second. I've got too many dishes on my desk. Let me just cracking. Dirty dishes? Yeah, you got to keep it clean. Got to keep it clean. All right. What you do? All right. What the fuck are we up to today? Have you seen the shit with Chaperone? All the drama? This shit is funny as fuck. I feel bad for her. Yeah, kinda. I kinda do. She's also kind of annoying, but I do. You're allowed to be annoying. This is what people... The greatest crime that you can commit as any kind of public figure is being cringe. Nothing else is what... People would rather associate with, like, a funny pedophile than an unfunny, not pedophile. Like, the extent to which people finding you cringe or annoying or whatever determines their valuation of your worth is insane. It's like the one metric.
I'm just gonna tell my half of the story of what happened today.
Oh, basically what happened is she was in fucking Rio de Janeiro or something type shit, somewhere in South America. I don't know. It's all the same to me. I'm American, real American. And some 10-year-old girl walked up to her table at the hotel that she was staying at, and then Chappelle Roan had her her security guards beat the girl to death or something. I think that's the gist of it.
With a mother and child who were involved with a security guard who is not my personal security. I didn't even see a woman and a child. Like, I did not, no one came up to me. No one bothered me. Like, I was just sitting at breakfast in my hotel. I think these people were staying at the hotel as well. So the fact that, like, a security guard I did not ask the security guard to go up and talk to this mother and child. They did not come up to me. They weren't doing anything. It's unfair for security to just assume someone doesn't have good intentions when they have no reason to believe because there's no action even taken. Like, I do not...
What even happened? Chappelle Roan killed a child with her own bare hands.
Hate people who are fans of my music. I do not hate children. Like, that is crazy. I'm sorry to the mother and child that someone was assuming something, that you would do something, and that if you felt uncomfortable, that makes me really sad.
Yeah, apologizing won't bring the child back, Miss Roan. Thank you.
You did not deserve that.
I don't know, it's pretty funny. Dude, people fucking... Does anyone else feel like the zeitgeist is really shifting? Should I be concerned? Is this like anti-queer propaganda because she's the most lesbian pop star right now? Why does everyone hate her now? What happened? I thought she was in Fortnite.
Disregarded as a human. This is what it's like. So I'm just trying to go to dinner, and I've asked these people several times to get away from me.
Please step to the side. Step to the side.
This person I've asked several times to go away, and they will not. They're hiding their face because they're ashamed. Because I've asked...
Like, I saw people getting mad at this clip, and the clip is Chappelle Roan getting mad at paparazzi. What I thought everyone agreed paparazzi are subhuman. Like, you could do anything to them. You know what I mean? Like, they're like actual IRL NPCs. Like if she parked her car on top of one of them, I thought everyone would just be like slay. I didn't realize, like people are like, "Oh my God, I can't believe Chapel Roan was rude to those people stalking her and taking photos." What are you talking about? What the fuck? What happened? Why does everyone hate Chapel Roan all of a sudden? What the fuck?
Ask them. These are all the people that are
Can you sign
completely disregarding all of my boundaries. So this is, then go away.
Happy to see you.
So I want all of you, I'm asking kindly to please leave me alone and stop.
Because she's pretty annoying? Yeah, like she's kind of annoying, but who cares, man? So are you. Like what? Please stop spreading brain rot. You're not better than her. Please stop spreading brain rot. Let's take a look at the chat logs. Jarvis, open up the chat logs. Marjorie Taylor P. All right. You're right. Maybe Chapel Roan should aspire to your level of cognitive function, you know?
Following me.
Can you give her something nice? Then we go home. What are you wearing? Okay, Shaka, no problem. You have your choice, yeah.
If you're wondering how it is.
And what are you wearing?
Like, why were people mad? Everyone was mad about this. What the fuck did she do? And now everyone's mad at her because her security hassled a 10-year-old or something? Like, who the fuck cares? That's life. Like a security guard was rude to a kid. Okay. I'm not Gen Z. I didn't grow up yesterday. I remember, like, the point of security guards is to hassle you. It's claimed the 11-year-old cried. That's what 11-year-olds do. What do you mean? Oh no, what a terrifying experience. Dog, that girl, she's got like a lifetime story now. I saw Chapel Roan at a hotel and her security guard hassled me. Okay. It wasn't just rude, they yelled at her and intimidated her family to the point of the kid crying. I mean, did Chapel ask them to do that? I guess, like, I would be willing to cede the point that the interaction was like really poorly handled. I guess it just bothers me a little bit because stories of security guards of celebrities going too far are a dime a dozen. If you read TMZ, which I don't, but like I grew up in Hollywood, so I mean, I know a decent amount. Security guards for celebrities historically have gone overboard like really, really often, right? It's just that normally it doesn't blow up like this. Fucking 250,000 likes, like huge deal, you know? And now it's like, I don't know, man. Is it that everyone's just uniquely offended by this one specific instance of a security guard being too much? Or do people just hate her because she's a lesbian white woman? You know? In the video, did she not say it wasn't her security either? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just don't think she's not like that annoying. I don't know. I mentioned this a minute ago, but I think she's had a publicity agency sicked on her. Maybe, I don't know. It happens, it happens. The father of the 11-year-old is famous too, I think. Really? Brazilian footballer spoke on it. 250,000 likes! Ah! Holy shit. Jude Law, really? Yeesh. Yeah, Giorgino's the child's stepfather. Haha, cook. That's pretty fucked. It just seems like she wants to be left alone, though. My metric, personally, is that we need to start appropriately proportioning our response to drama online. And once you scale everything back, it's like, okay, the United States right now is trying to start World War III to bring about a global genocide for the sake of the rapture. We are ruled by death cultist pedophiles. Also, on the other hand, a security guard adjacent to Chapel Roan might have been rude to a kid. I just like I feel like people have gotten really, really bad. Like, to me, I'm almost like zen like a a Buddha-like state of calm washes over me every morning when mild inconveniences stack up and there are problems in my life, and then I remember, like, we're all ruled by pedophiles, you know? I'm Chud Artha, you know? Nothing ever happens. You can't get mad at this stuff. Why is this a topic for this channel in the first place? You're right. I should stick to topics that are more, you know, characteristic of my content, like banning people who ask annoying questions. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm a high IQ, enlightened political gentleman. Why are you wasting my time with celebrity nonsense, something that has historically never overlapped with politics? Excuse me, I bought a ticket to reserve the Ivory Tower. I'm not meant to engage with proletarian concerns such as these. You self-obsessed motherfuckers. I swear to God. Chaperone lost me in the 2024 election, lol. But, like, she did end up being right. I mean, the Democratic Party, like, totally dropped positive advocacy for trans people. That is true, you know? And the only shit that one of the frontrunners for the presumed Democratic presidential primaries right now, Gavin Newsom, is saying about trans people is like, damn, you're right, Charlie Kirk. Rip my boy got kirked in the neck. You were right about trans people. It's crazy those fucking transgenders could play sports or whatever type shit. That was the official comment from Gavin Newsom. So I mean, Chaperone was cooking a little bit. The support from the Democratic Party was disingenuous and they were willing to drop it as soon as their consultants. You can't tell me trans people have it better under the current president that they would under Kamala. Why would I tell you that? Because it's not. Why would I tell you that? What does that have to do with what I was saying? Have you ever listened to her music? No. Sorry. I'm sure I've heard a song of hers twice, or once or twice, you know. But yeah, who the fuck listens to music, man? It's not a bad listen, I'm sure. Most of her songs are about eating women out. Okay. That's cool. What did she say? Hold on. I don't remember. Chaperone Democrats. What did she... Chaperone voting statement on Kamala Harris. Yeah, let me watch it again. Let me watch it again. I'm curious. Audio? Hello? Why is fucking... Hello? Auto mute?
Like, people just skewing it even more. Endorsing and voting are completely different. I don't agree with a lot of what is going on with, like, policies. Like, obviously, fuck the policies of the right, but also fuck some of the policies on the left. That's why I can't endorse. That's why I can't, like, put my entire name and my entire project behind one. Because there is no way I can stand behind some of the left's completely transphobic and completely genocidal views.
Well, she's not a scholar.
So yeah, there are huge problems on both. You know what is right and wrong, and so do I. Fuck Trump for fucking real, but fuck some of the shit that has gone down in the Democratic Party that has failed people like me and you. And more so, Palestine. And more so, every marginalized community in the world. So no, I'm not gonna settle for what the options that are in front of me.
She's closer to the median left young voter than any of the dipshits at Chorus. That is true. Like, if you're frustrated with her, you kind of have to be frustrated with left-leaning youth in the country in general, because this like formless antagonism towards both sides, because neither represents you, is more reflective of how they behave and how they think than any of the shit, any of the like globehead neoliberal, you know, paid psyop accounts that you see on Twitter. Yeah, 100%. Literally, this was like in October. She was at the height of her fame and influence. Yeah, but like, in fairness, it was pretty crazy how the Biden administration was pro-genocide. That was a little bit bad, I think. In retrospect, it was a little bit bad how the president of the United States just kept lying over and over to give leeway to Israel doing a genocide. That was pretty rough to deal with, I think.
And you're not gonna make me feel bad for that. So yeah, I'm voting for fucking Kamala. But I'm not settling for what has been offered, because that's questionable.
100%.
It's questionable that our actions of our government, the actions of the internet, the actions of you and me.
Have we been less subservient to Israel? Listen, you're being smug, but you need to understand this. The job of politicians is to win elections. If the Democrats aren't winning elections, they're failing in their job. We give them billions of dollars in donations, PACs give them money, and then they lose. That's their failure, okay? The Democrats are historically uninspiring. Even right now, today, in real life, the Democrats are being given the easiest layup in the world. Donald Trump has gotten us involved in another forever war in the Middle East, and this one might be worse than the last ones. But like, this one has led to more immediate global economic harm than the Iraq and Afghanistan war combined, easily. It's been less than a month, and the global economy is already reeling on the precipice of an abyss. And the Democrats don't even have a unifying message of this is bad. The Democrats can't even, as one party, say, we're against this obviously bad thing. You can't blame the voters forever, because if you do, you guarantee the Democrats never change. Have some fucking standards. The Democrats are insanely bad at what they do. They're incredibly bad. Like, you can't keep blaming the voters over and over again when the Democrats are historically uninspiring, you know? You have to aspire to more. What you're basically doing, you are engaging in a mode of political analysis that is predicated on the assumption that people will just do something. People will just vote for the Democrats, even though they're uninspiring and offer you nothing and fucking suck and are obviously lying the whole time, you know? Like, no, that's just not how it works. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just snap our fingers and make people vote for the, like, utilitarian, optimal, wouldn't that be great? The Democrats have dropped the ball over and over and over again. If you can't acknowledge, like, is Chaperone or completely correct here? No, of course not. I keep switching between Chaperone and Chaperone. Of course not, you know? But like, you can't, what are you going to do with that? You know, be mad at her forever? Be mad at everyone?
If this is what you are not understanding, you know what? Endorsing someone, if someone is publicly endorsing a political figure, that doesn't even mean that they're gonna fucking vote for them. Because as I said in my other video, actions speak louder than words.
Why are we paying attention to useless celebrities? If you, as someone who's interested in politics, is uninterested in the political project of communicating with the masses, then you are not interested in politics. You are a self-obsessed, smarmy, dipshit teenager, okay? I used to think like you when I was in high school. This is beneath me. No, the voters are not beneath you. They are you, and they're the future of this country, too. And are they retarded? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they're retarded. Oh, my God, they're so stupid. They're so fucking stupid. But unfortunately, that's what we do this for. Politics is about power, and power is about getting people to, I mean, one definition of it at least, vote for you and agree with you. And these are the people. This is the people. If you're, what are you engaged, what about politics interests you? The abstract concept of being right? So narcissistic. Just go sit in a room then and like read stuff. What are you doing talking about or engaging with this at all? For additional context on this, people were mad because a few weeks ago she said in a Rolling Stone piece she wouldn't cut contact with her Republican family members. Yeah, it is a little bit... It is a little bit weird, like, demanding that a celebrity cut contact with their Republican family members. That's a little weird. I don't know. It's not... Doesn't seem like a sustainable litmus test. Or friends. I mean, I wouldn't have Republican friends, but I don't know. Like, if she has a friend who's I don't know. Just doesn't really seem worthwhile, I guess, to go after someone along those lines. Her uncle's literal Republican state senator. Isn't she from Missouri? There's like 5 people there.
And I'm not gonna let this narrative of like me not playing both sides. No. This is not me playing both sides. This is me questioning both sides because this is what we have in front of us. So if you look at my statement and you're still like, she's just playing both sides, like she doesn't want to. No, you're not getting
Missouri
it.
actually has like 7 million people. That is fucked up. Missouri should not have that many people. That's insane. Missouri? That's insane. Missouri should have the same number of people as like the Dakotas, I think. That's fucked up.
I'm critiquing
You know what state has too few people in it? Minnesota. I think no, sorry, wait, not Minnesota. Minnesota has enough people in it. I'm thinking of Massachusetts. Massachusetts does not have enough people in it. The proportioning is all wrong.
sides because they're both so fucked up. Voting is all we have right now in the system.
I'm not a
So
Walmart firebomb advocate.
Yet again, vote for who in your mind is the best option for what we have right now. Because that's all we can do. And I hope this makes it clear that no, I'm not picking the sides of what we have right now. Yes, one's obviously better than the other. But Jesus fucking Christ, I hope you don't settle for what we have and put your name behind someone that you don't fully trust because of their blatant actions.
The crazy thing is that like it would be incredibly easy for the Democrats to pitch a candidate who resonates with people and comes across as authentic and trustworthy. They just can't do it because of Israel. It is just because of Israel. The Democrats have been more willing to budge on like economic issues than they have on Israel, you know? The difference between being pro Medicare for all and being pro Israel is that if you're pro Medicare for all as a Democrat, they'll ask you how you're going to pay for it, and if you're pro Israel, they'll ask you why you support the Holocaust. If you're like anti-Israel, you know, they'll ask you why you support the Holocaust. They'll like dox you, they'll go after you, they'll take you apart, you'll lose your funding. If you're meaningfully anti-Israel, they'll tear you apart. You know, being pro Medicare for all is just like they treat it like an economically nonsensical position, right? Not as openly malicious. But being anti-Israel, even though that's the only moral position, they treat it like you know, like you're the devil. Anyway, I don't know. I think the anti-Chapel Roan stuff is a psyop. I'm not buying it. You good? Partner dropped something. Talking about Israel, I saw you retweet somebody sharing this Jerusalem Post opinion article, which is really mask off about how there can be no coexistence with Palestinians. Yeah, it was like, it was an opinion article where it was like, American Jews, wake up. It's going to be apartheid forever. Get on board, or something like that. Yeah. People are moralizing Hassan having expensive clothes again. Hassan's $690 button-down shirt alone can feed a family of 4 in Cuba for a year. Just truly phenomenal analysis as always. I don't understand why. Like the weird thing to me is that like they don't apply this to literally anything else. Republicans say that veterans don't make enough money. Oh, but you own a private jet. Why don't you sell it then give money to veterans? Everyone says everything, then why don't they liquidate all their assets and give money to that? You say you're pro-gay marriage, but I noticed that you're married to a woman. That's a little bit suspect, don't you think? If you're actually pro-gay marriage, don't you think you should be normalizing it by being in a gay marriage yourself? Otherwise, you're kind of indicating to people that you're not really committed to that position, like it's a virtue signal. If you were actually in a gay marriage, you would be more, you know, it would be more convincing to other people that you actually support it, which is, you know, essential because the, you know, disingenuity of that position is what people attack. They say that you're being insincere. Oh, you think that teachers don't make enough money? Okay, then why don't you liquidate all of your assets and go give money? It's meaningless. It's like does Israel have a right to exist? It's a thought terminating cliche engaged with by low IQ people who aren't actually trying to make a point. What was my bit? Conservatives in lieu of an argument, gesture and imagined hypocrisy. These people just hate socialism and don't care about anything else. It's an ancient tactic. I mean, what's that quote? When I was poor and I talked about the wealthy, they said I was bitter. When I was wealthy and I talked about the wealthy, they said that I was hypocritical. I just think they don't want me talking about the wealthy. Anyway. Chapel Roan's in hot water again. Have you seen how gross the New Liberals group is being about the Cuban aid flights? The New Liberals group is a psyop. Basically, all of the right-wing, anti-left, liberal online orgs are a product of corporate investment. You know, they're like those third-way Democrat types. Like they literally, like, companies get together and pool money to try to bring people together. What is it? The Center for New Liberalism? Yeah, stuff like this. If your like haha meme shitpost Twitter page has a fucking .org attached to it and a communications manager, it's probably not like a real thing. It's fake. There's basically no like constituency here in the real world. Young, sort of snide, economically centrist or right-wing liberals who post NATO VHS tape wave edits about how gay marriage is mandatory. This is like an almost exclusively online group of people. For the most part, young people today are very polarized, very radicalized. Not at all like this. Scary how accurate the Disco Elysium was about such things. Yeah. Tobin is a fake-ass name. It is, it is. Jesus. Prior to that, Colin was a consultant at the Bates White Economic Consulting, focused on healthcare antitrust. How'd you get a consultancy gig? Hold on 1 second. You're pretty young to have a consultancy gig. Did you have an inroad? Colin Mortimer, Director, Center of New Liberalism, on the, the Federalist Society webpage. That's interesting. Oh, he's spoken there before. Private Substack. Oh, he's been on C-SPAN. What a well-connected individual. No Wikipedia page, though, which makes me wonder where this all comes from. God, look at this fucking psyop, man. PPI, radically pragmatic. That's from progressivepolicy.org. Oh, what are you progressive about? We're progressively pragmatic. What does that mean? You're not getting any healthcare, dog. What? No. What does that mean? You're gonna die in debt, motherfucker. This ain't your grandma's progressivism. Your ass is working 6 days a week, 12-hour days. It's pragmatic. Christ. Antitrust consultant Bates White Economic Consulting, working on competition and quantitative litigation matters. He holds degrees in economics and mathematics from the University of Connecticut. Founder and director of Center for New Liberalism, a global network of young center-left advocates working to advance pragmatic, pro-growth policy ideas. How interesting. So they're new liberalism, but the liberalism in this case just seems to be laissez-faire economics. Like, my understanding is that liberalism, as like a broad slate of philosophical beliefs, also refers to economic liberalism, or social liberalism, political liberalism. But it seems like he's exclusively interested in the pragmatic pro-growth policy ideas. They're all psyops. Nobody believes anything except for you and me. You and I are the only real humans on Earth. Everyone else is a robot. Everyone else is a simulacrum designed to test you. God is testing you. Remember this. I'm over God's bullshit. He do be whiling. That is true. Even the laissez-faire people in Europe believe in free healthcare. Well, that's not even remotely true. No, that's absolutely fake. There are agents of capital in every single Western European country that are working to dismantle your healthcare systems, and they've been succeeding over the past few decades. So, like, to be clear, very important to keep that in mind. Want an unhinged Lindsey Graham clip? I don't know. Maybe, possibly.
Program has been obliterated, and they're running out of money. So here's what I tell President Trump: keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Carg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take Carg Island? Is it going to involve U.S. troops on the ground? Let me just read you something from The Atlantic. Does an assessment on that. They say U.S. troops may well take Carg Island. We believe in their ability to do so, but only to endure ballistic missile strikes, drone attacks, petrochemical smoke, all without a reliable means of obtaining logistical support. The result could be a grinding war of attrition. They talk about how far away they would be from resupply.
I'm sort of tired of all this armchair quarterbacking. This has been a
It is insane how many U.S. lives Lindsey Graham is willing to sacrifice for Israel. It is crazy how many people he's willing to send to death, you know? Obviously non-Americans, you know, in abundance, but also Americans for sure.
Amazing military operation. God bless the fallen.
But it's a difference when we talk.
God bless the fallen, he says about people who are alive right now, but he's hypothetically sending to their death.
About troops on the ground.
I trust the Marines. Not that guy. I trust DOD. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. The Marines, my money is always on the Marines. I don't know if you take the island.
Media discourse pisses me off so much, man, because I need people to understand that right now, if you were to stack them up, Lindsey Graham is like several million times more evil than Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson might be a disingenuous grifter, but holy shit, I'll take literally anyone drawing attention to what Israel and Israel worship is doing to this country. And literally fucking any. I don't care. This guy, this is the end. This is the end. It's ending. All of it is ending. This country is ending.
You blockade the island. But I know this: the day we control that island, this regime, this terrorist regime, has been weakened. It will die on a vine. And here's what I want to do. I want to get with Chris. I want to sprint to peace. As the war winds down, I want peace to ramp up. The reason we don't have Saudi Arabia and Israel making peace is October the 7th, 2023. Iran, through Hamas, attacked Israel, stopping normalization. I want to take up and complete what
before October 7th, famously, everything was hunky-dory between Iran and Israel. And Gaza and Israel, yeah. I think he's getting desperate. It doesn't matter whether or not he's getting desperate because Trump is a dog who can be led to do literally anything. Like literally within a 12-hour window, Donald Trump said, I think we're winding down in Iran, to actually we're going to carpet bomb Iran unless we, like, look at this. Donald Trump's pinned truth post, is we're getting close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our military efforts. That's pinned right up there at the top. And then let me just go ahead and find, because he's always tweeting. Let me go ahead and find the point I'm trying to make. Ooh, he's always tweeting. Yeah, here we go. 18 hours ago. 12-hour window between these two posts, thereabouts. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the U.S. will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. That's it. Just nothing. No gap. I understand that all of it is market manipulation. Like the whole point of the whiplash back and forth, the war is ending, the war is never ending, the war is ending, the war is never ending, the war is ending, the war is never ending. The whole point of that back and forth is so people can do insider trading. But like, it's also evident to the fact that Donald Trump is a whipped dog who can do whatever. That's a literal war crime. Almost everything that we've done has been a war crime. We do them nonstop. The opening act from us in this war was bombing a elementary school. Israel shocked it can be hurt in war. Israel hasn't experienced even a tiny fraction of the hurt that they're going to experience if Iran decides to cut loose. More and more of Iran's missiles and drones have been hitting their mark lately, and that's because interceptor stocks are running low and Iran is getting a better idea of the defense network they're trying to cut through. There's just no interceptor system in the world that can handle the tens of thousands of drones that Iran's been stockpiling. It's not possible. Like I said earlier, to understand the difference in like technological development you need for a drone or a missile versus an interceptor missile. Like firing a drone is like throwing a ball at something, whereas firing an interceptor is like throwing a ball that hits another ball out of the air while it's mid-arc. Like incredibly difficult to do. And you usually fire multiple interceptors for each interception, you know? You don't fire just one, you fire several of them in order to, you know, increase the likelihood of you knocking the target off. And even if you hit the target, the thing you hit might still hit nearby and kill civilians because it's still a big bomb in the air. They hit the Ben Gurion airport. They've hit a couple of things, yeah. Apparently, the U.S. has been wasting 8 missiles per drone. Completely unsustainable. Iran has threatened, if the United States does this, to send the Middle East into the dark. Which it could do. Iran, as I've seen discussed on social media, always a reliable arbiter of truth, has a very decentralized power system, and Israel has a very centralized power system. What the fuck is Trump doing? Those were Gulf states using those batteries, which explains the excessive use. Ah, well, good. They're going to be hit too. Brilliant. Bro, is Aura posting? It seems like, I don't know. If Iran wanted to send Israel and the Gulf states into the dark, they could do so. I think that's been made pretty evident at this point. And I fully encourage them to do so if the United States and Israel continues to attack them, you know? Everything. Maximum cost. Power plants, desalination. It doesn't matter. Today, Iran hit several parts of central Israel. Yeah, they've been consistently hitting Israel. Those interceptors aren't working anymore. Israel blowing up bridges in southern Lebanon. Yeah, we'll talk about this, but like the ground incursion into Lebanon is continuing. They blew up a major bridge that connects the southern tip of Lebanon to the rest of it in an effort to prevent Hezbollah from mobilizing. They're just going to keep marching in. There's no end to this war until Israel stopped. Literally like zero coverage in U.S. media, by the way. Of course, they're terrified of criticizing Israel. As Tucker Carlson correctly pointed out, every single person in media, all of them with zero exceptions, act as though Israel has a gun pointed to their back. They're all aware of what the rules are. They act terrified. Everything they say, always, they hedge every statement. They can be incredibly incautious and insensitive when talking about America. Trump, Republicans, media people, they're insensitive often about America, American lives, American disasters. They're glib, they're blasé. But when it comes to Israel, deep, solemn respect is always observed, always deferential, always in lockstep. "38 seconds ago, strikes target Iraqi forces south of Baghdad. No casualties. Oh, it's going on. Did Israel miscalculate Iranian missile capabilities? Yes. Lebanon sheltering more than 134,000 displaced people. Yeah. The total number of displaced people in Lebanon is what? Isn't it like nearly 1 million? Yeah, about 1 million people have been displaced in about 2 weeks. And no mention in American media. None. No one cares. Over 1 million people. 1 million people. Just pouring up from the south. Israel is razing their homes, obliterating every village they come across. Absolute destruction. Just unambiguous Nazi behavior, you know? Insane. An example of how captured the BBC is. Oh, yeah, I saw this clip.
Speculation that is an on-the-record statement from one of our allies. If that is not true, which is what you're saying...
It was very much conditional, the language that he used there. He used a could. There is no assessment to substantiate what's being said.
So why would Israel say something that is not true?
Well, you'll need to...
What an extraordinary question for a journalist to ask. A journalist's job, might I remind you, is to find and report on the truth. The idea that they would incredulously ask, why would this... Not leaving aside the fact that Israel is like the most dishonest country in the world. That Israel lies to its allies and its enemies nonstop on every issue all the time with no exceptions. Leaving aside that they're like Russia in this respect. Except I imagine Russia treats their allies with slightly more respect than Israel does theirs. What an incredible thing for a journalist to ask. Absolute servile behavior all around the Western media class, not just America. Are you stupid? A journalist's job is to defend Israel? You're right, I forgot. Israel forces fire white phosphorus shells in southern Lebanon? No, good, great, thank you. Thank you. That wasn't a journalist. That was Laura Kunzberg. She's a cunt. Well, I heard that much. No, it says right here. I just Googled her. British journalist and presenter, presents the BBC's Sunday morning politics show. What do you mean she's not a journalist? I mean, I guess you could say she's not a journalist in like she doesn't fulfill the role of one because she's servile to power, but I would argue that's what journalists are. Journalists might have at one point in time investigated the truth, but they're basically just mouthpieces to power now. God. Is Mehdi Hassan the only real journalist? Yes, that's why they removed him from MSNBC. Saudi Arabia expels Iranian diplomats amid 50 daily missile and drone attacks. Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, your country only exists because Iran lets it exist. All right? You have to recognize the greater evil here. You know what you have to do. Once Iran starts striking their desalination plants, we'll see how long they hold out. Why do you think Iran hit the town next to Dimona and not the nuclear facility itself? I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to engage in a little bit of local culture. Hit civilians. Why do you brush your beard? Because sometimes the beard hairs feel like they're out of place. I don't really know how to explain it. I've got a pretty dense beard. Sometimes it feels like I don't really know how to put it. It's not about how it looks. It's about how it feels. Because beard hair is a lot denser than like head hair. So it kind of feels like there's a tension, if that makes any sense. Like the grain of the beard hair is kind of interlocking when I want it to go in one direction. Like it's pricking you. Kind of more like it feels tangled. It's not actually tangled. It feels like a little bit more tangled. I don't know. But yeah, I just brush my beard pretty regularly. I have a pretty well-shaped beard, so clearly there's some benefit to this practice. The UAE and some other Gulf states get 100% of their water from desalination. If they're hit, that would actually bring about the end of the Gulf. Yeah, well, they're the ones who are threatening it. They stand with the United States. My position here morally is being informed by my belief that Israel will bring about more or less the end of the world as we know it if it is not stopped. So the Gulf states continuing to side with Israel and with America, to me, makes them like arbiters of the end of the world. Because my position is that Israel, and I think this is very demonstrable, I don't think this is very like conjecture based, Israel will keep doing war forever. Its economy and its people and its culture and its religion all orient them towards infinite war. All the people in charge in Israel basically seem to be saying this, so it's not like a conspiracy theory or whatever. And I think that will eventually lead to, because again, like it's like with the Nazis, two things happen with these kinds of countries. Either they win or they're stopped. And a win condition for Israel would be conquering the entire world. So either they get to do that, which they never will, or they're stopped. And the problem is that Israel has said that if they're ever stopped, they will nuke the world, which is a problem. So my opinion is that the only way to save the world as we know it is to position the Gulf states in America so dramatically against Israel, or at least to get them to back off to the point where Israel has to back off of their own volition. You have to undercut Israel. You have to force them to stop of their own volition, because the alternative seems to be like ruin, you know? And the Gulf states are completely aware of this. The Gulf states know what Israel is and what they represent. And the Gulf states are only continuing to side with Israel because they want money. They want that sweet, sweet American petrodollar. That's it. They want everything. The Gulf states could continue to export massive amounts of oil and gas, even if they did not align with Israel. It'd be easy for them to. They do not have to do what they're doing right now. They're choosing to because it makes them more money than if they were to stop doing what they're doing. Why does the Israeli economy rely only on waging war? Hey, war economy is a big deal. Israel has been positioning itself culturally and economically as being part of a forever war for decades now. It's just been ramping up lately. Think of it, right? The amount of money that circulates in Israel is the economy in Israel is very, very, very built on military contracts, surveillance, tech development, and other stuff adjacent to war. That's the reason why the country exists. We position them as a military base against Iran, you know? They have an enormous war industry, and at this point, it seems like the rest of their industries might not really survive the absence of that influx of cash they get from the war. That's why they rely so much on our fucking money. Big tech invested in putting a bunch of offices in Israel about 10 years ago too. Yeah, because those big tech companies, they're all like Palantir. You know what I mean? They're all upset. They all want to, they're all trying to construct the post-apocalypse. Do you remember that article by Mondo Weiss showed every other industry in Israel has atrophied except for the MIC? It's a country carried only by war. Yeah. I mean, that's what I based my assertion off of, I guess. Like, it is, they are very reliant on it. Even if they weren't economically reliant on war, they're very culturally reliant, you know? They have been non-stop gunning for this, right? They're politicians, they're people. It's the only world they can imagine. They can't imagine a world that's peaceful. That's what fascism does. What's the MIC? The military-industrial complex. It's really grim stuff. That is a big banner ad. The new era of Israeli expansionism and the war economy that fuels it. How Israel's war-driven economy, regional realignments, and Netanyahu's push for military independence are ushering in a new period of Israeli expansionism and a quest for regional dominance. Interesting stuff in here. I'm not going to read the whole article right now, but it is, we'll say, empirically based. Live UA map Iran. Very heavy, but that's interesting. There's no update in the past 2 hours, even though stuff has definitely been happening. The nice Iranian lady activist that went on media supporting the war now begs Trump not to bomb Iran's power grid. Really? Oh my God, this crazy lady, yeah. The lady with the crazy face who was like, rah, rah, Trump, bomb Iran. A lot of people might be starting to realize, like, not only is there no plan here, but this could legitimately bring down the world. Yeah, she's asking them not to target power stations. Diaspora moment? Well, she's right here, but the problem is, like, no. You supported this war. That's it. You can't ask somebody like Donald Trump to bomb Iran and then act surprised when he's like, well, we're going to go after your power too. Trump takes orders from Israel, and Israel wants mass death. You're going to get what you're going to get. You wanted this. You asked for it. Trump's shifting statements on war raise questions on U.S. objective. Me too, buddy. Me too. U.S. Treasury Secretary says there's plenty of money for war with Iran. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the $200 billion request. Even the Shah Crown Prince was begging Trump not to hit the energy. Oh my God. Dude, all the diasporoids are like, holy shit. Bosch, you still accelerationist? Because it seems counterintuitive to me. I don't think people understand accelerationist well enough to use that term. I think that you should evaluate things on a case-by-case basis rather than using broad descriptors as a way of assessing everyone's position. Like, I'm not accelerationist on everything. I think sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad, much in the same way that it's a tool. It's a tool that can be used in some situations. Trump's going to come out on Sunday evening and say some de-escalatory stuff to pump up the markets? Yeah, probably. But he's not going to be able to prevent Israel from continuing to bomb Iran, or Lebanon, for that matter. Some people think accelerationism is when you just want things to get worse forever. Yeah. Unfortunately, we've been engaging in a strategy of appeasement for Israel for decades. Israel has been illegally expanding its territory into the West Bank and Gaza for decades, in violation of of the UN Charter. They have continued to expand their territory. You know, settlers have illegally raped and murdered innocent Arabs and sent them away from their homes so they could occupy more territory. They have invaded basically every neighboring country. They bomb them constantly. They call it mowing the grass. We've been engaging in a strategy of appeasement, but we know what happens when you appease fascist countries, fascist, expansionist, highly militarized countries. Germany benefited from its post Great Depression boom in production, and Israel benefits from getting a fuck ton of our money and weapons. We know what they're going to do if they're not stopped. They're already doing it, but they're going to keep doing it forever until they're stopped. Normally, countries have a natural stopping point. Expansionist countries are limited by their ability, but Israel has a pretty extensive ability and also a bunch of nuclear weapons. Iran says disruption at Strait of Hormuz is U.S. and Israel's fault. Yep, that is objectively correct. How to get this bad? Honestly, the real answer is Biden. Trump was always a stooge. Trump was always a fucking moron and easily wooed by Israel. But Biden had the ability to put his foot down back when it mattered, and he chose not to. He did get ice cream. He did get ice cream. Iran's VP says there's no concern over energy and food supplies. Happy to hear that. Well, looks like we're in it for the long haul. What if we can get some YouTube clips of Iran's foreign minister speaking? One gas station, 2 drivers, and 3 fill-ups. The Iran war hits home. I hate American voters so much. I hate them so, so much. Blaming Biden for this sounds a little bit too much like Biden didn't stop Netanyahu's Jew magic. Stop race baiting. Biden lied day after day, along with his State Department stooges, to protect Israel while they were engaging in an ongoing genocide. There's no Jew magic. It's just a fascist, genocidal state and our leader defending them. That is one. That's just a fact. It's just a fact, man. Where we are right now is like people are so fucking partisan, man. Phew. Look at that. Nice one, Nuts. I really hate the race baiting because it's such an obstinate tactic, and it's exactly what Israel wants to. Like, Israel wants anytime you... Like, Israel's so fucking evil, and Biden was so fucking evil, and it's just really frustrating to me when you point out that obvious evil, and people are like, I don't know, this sounds sussy to me. It's not... It's really not, man. But your insistence that it is makes it really difficult. There's a confluence there. You're deliberately... Maybe not deliberately, but you're blurring the lines in a way that makes it really, really difficult to have the criticisms you're offering come across, clearly. Speaker of Iran says they'll hit treasury bond holding countries via attacks and concrete blocking of ships and deals. I don't know. Basically, every country has U.S. treasury bonds. I have no idea how they're going to do that. I guess Iran considers the world a legitimate target. I do agree with them. Basically, every country on Earth is complicit in what we're doing right now and what Israel's doing right now. All of Western Europe is, except for Spain, basically. A bunch of countries are. Turkey, to an extent, even though the Turkish people fucking despise Israel. 100%, yeah. Oh, my love. Could I have a coffee or an espresso, if it's okay? Like, if you're not busy? Whatever you want to make me more. We're out of milk. We're out of milk? Fuck, can I have an espresso? Yeah. Thank you. They're totally bombing Azerbaijan. Super deserved. Mega, mega, mega deserved. Holy shit. New JJK trailer. Hell yeah. Okay. Iran foreign minister. Not nearly enough interviews here. Damn, I was hoping for something more immediate.
Let's now bring in our international affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert. So, Douglas, this ultimatum by President Trump, does he realize what he's threatening to do? Sorry. And with this, has he backed himself into a corner?
Well, he knows what he's saying, but it's unlikely that he's really done a deep dive on the strategic thinking about what it really means, the implications, what Iran's energy infrastructure actually looks like.
Do you think there's any connection between the initial Zionist ideology and the form it's taken now? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the original Zionists were also bad. A lot of the original Zionists were Gentiles who just wanted Jews the fuck out of Europe, you know? The problem is that Israel is a classic 19th century settler colonial state, but with modern day weapons and nukes. In a normal world, Israel would be doing what it did 170 years ago. It would have stopped 110 years ago, and now it would just be like a normal country there, you know? The problem is it's happening today. It has the backing of the world's superpower, and it stole a bunch of nukes. So, like, it like, again, imagine Rhodesia or apartheid South Africa, except they got continued US support, fucking trillions of dollars of support, and also nuclear weapons, you know? And they kept holding on. It's Israel, Zionism isn't unique. A lot of people used to think like Zionists. Israel didn't steal the nukes, France gave them nukes. Well, there's some debate over the theft of nuclear technology, but yes, France also gave them nukes. At any rate, it's all illegal, and they have failed to sign the non-proliferation treaty, and they haven't officially registered or acknowledged their nukes, so, you know, whatever. They took our uranium. No, there's a lot of stuff. Israel's always been evil. You're so simple about this subject. In the sense that I don't like recant every historical detail. That is probably true. There's a lot of information out there, though it does not favor Israel. The more you learn about Israel, the more you dislike it. It's not a subject where nuance adds to the charity you offer the state of Israel. But that being said, like, the underlying moral qualm here remains the same, and as the fact that, you know, Israel is basically just a 19th century settler colonial state. A lot of people used to think like Zionists. Like, basically every group of people was like, this is our land, this is our borders, we should expand, conquer, conquer, conquer. But that stopped after World War II. After World War II, we instituted a global order, the UN, right? And the idea was basically, wow, countries getting to decide for themselves where their borders end is actually really fucking bad and dangerous. Like, maybe this was okay back when people were fighting with swords and shields and stuff, but nowadays it's actually really ruinous. We shouldn't let people do that, you know? All of World War II started because Japan and Germany both wanted to build, like, new ethno-nationalist empires, right? Germany with Lebensraum and Japan with their greater co-Asian prosperity sphere, right? Where they ruled as either like a monoculture, or, thank you very much, love, as a monoculture, or as like the colonial rulers of an inferior population, which is what the Japanese were doing to the Chinese and Koreans. But again, like, after World War II, we basically said, like, no, we're not going to do that anymore, you know? there's just not really, there's not really an equivalent to Israel, you know? There's no other country that's been like them. Highly militarized, very wealthy and technologically advanced compared to their neighbors, you know? Like Israel, they are not surrounded by peer states. Israel, in both their economic development and their military equipment on every level, is superior to their neighbors. Of course, we've given them a bunch. Rome, let me finish my point. Highly expansionist, zealous on a personal level. Like Israel is ideologically committed to expansion in the same way the Nazis were. It's not just like a cynical calculation, oh, if we took that gold mine, we'd have more money. The Nazis didn't just want Lebensraum because they wanted to, like, you know, annex profitable industries or whatever. They were ideologically committed to expansion. It went beyond the mathematics. They would continue to expand even if it lost them money. They would continue to expand even if it lost them the war, which is what they did. Israel is much like this. And then finally, Israel has nukes. There has never been another country like Israel. Not one. Not in all of human history. There has never been a country like this, where they have infinite motivation to expand, and they seem willing to, and no one can stop them, but inevitably, they will hit a snag, it will fall apart, no country can expand forever, no country can war forever, and then they have nukes in the Samson Doctrine. There's no equivalent. The Mongols? Did the Mongols have nukes? Stop being stupid. I don't know, the colonial US was a pretty close comparison. No, the colonial US did not have nuclear weapons. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. The nukes aren't just a tool for expansion. The nukes are the back pocket weapon in case you fail. When the Nazis lost, we got to occupy Berlin. What happens when people move to take Tel Aviv? That's the problem. If Israel was a normal non-nuclear country, I wouldn't care as much, because you know what? If they lost, and they lost properly, and people occupied Tel Aviv, well, sucks to suck, shouldn't lose your wars next time. But they won't let Tel Aviv be occupied. That's the problem. If they were just a normal warmongering state, the solutions here would be more conventional. They fight until they lose, because they're not going to take over the world. They fight until they lose. But they have nukes. What exactly would the Samson Doctrine entail? I'm so happy you asked. The Samson Doctrine is a deterrent strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against any country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel. The name is a reference to the biblical Israelite Samson, who pushed apart the pillars of a Philistine temple, bringing down the roof and killing himself and thousands of Philistines who captured him. So it's essentially mutually assured destruction. It's not mutually assured destruction. Mutually assured destruction was, if they fire nukes at us, we fire nukes at them. Israel's position is, if we ever decide that we're not satisfied and we would rather end the world with us, we'll take the world with us. It's literally the worst nuclear deterrent strategy possible. It's if they think they're going to lose, if they decide that they're going down, they take the world with them. It's a death cult. A lot of those going around these days. Yep.
When he says he'll obliterate it. Look, the context here is a couple of days ago, March...
By the way, not a coincidence that they use a biblical allegory in their nuclear deterrent policy, you know?
20th, Trump was facing...
It's just important to acknowledge how much of Israel is driven by religious fanaticism and Jewish supremacy. Like, again, it's not a regular secular state. It's an explicitly ethno-nationalist Jewish state where their leadership, national priorities, and military strategy are informed by biblical allegory.
and he said, quote, of Iran, "I think we've won." We've heard him having talked about obliterating Iran's navy, its air force. The fact that he is now given this 48-hour ultimatum to destroy its energy infrastructure seems that he needs to destroy...
Do Israeli laws operate as a theocracy, or are they more institutional? Did you know that Israel does not allow intermarriage or interfaith marriages? Like Muslims and Jews legally can't marry in Israel. Did you know they have rabbinical courts, which are the Jewish equivalent of Sharia law, Islamic courts?
More, even though it's already destroyed. He's flailing out because the strategy, the total obliteration strategy, the we've destroyed everything, we have degraded and decimated everything they could throw at us strategy, clearly isn't working because Iran keeps throwing stuff back right back at them in their face. What I don't think, or at least it doesn't seem that he has given too much thought to, is the fact that among the hundreds of power plants and critical infrastructure, the fossil fuel, the waste energy plants, the hydroelectric plants in Iran dotted throughout the country, over 400 of these.
The mouth sounds are pissing me off too. I'm gonna move off of this because of the mouth sounds. The mouth sounds are too much for me on this guy.
Escalating threats between Iran and the United States are raising fears of an even wider war in the Middle East. Tehran says...
Did you know Israel won't even let black people in their bomb shelters? It's true. Israel is a lot like the UAE or Saudi Arabia in that there's a like racial caste system. And in addition to the fact that like in many places Arabs can't even use the roads the Jews are allowed to use. There are so many news articles on like black and brown people trapped outside of bomb shelters while all the white Jews go inside. It's literally an apartheid state. So going to Israel and talking about how cool and awesome and democratic and progressive it is like going to Dubai and being shocked that they allow you to drink there. You're a fucking rube. Why do you specify Arabs and Jews? Oh, because the blend between like Arab and Muslim and Jewish and white is a problem in Israel. It's not a perfectly keen distinction. I guess it's true technically Arabs and non-Arabs versus Jews and non-Jews, but like white non-Jews in many cases are treated better than non-white Jews. And like white passing Arab, there's a lot of blurry, because of course it's because Israel's like a racist country. It's an apartheid state. You can't look at a person and know whether they're Jewish or not, right? You can guess, and oftentimes your guess will be correct. Just based off of like depending on how much they align with the fucking 13 tribes or whatever, I guess, in a phenotypical sense. But you can never know. You can look at a person and guess whether they're Italian, but you don't know.
Any attack on its power plants will trigger immediate retaliation, including the full closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Strikes on energy...
Wild statement, Lamau. No, it's just kind of how life works. I don't know what you want me to say. You could, if you were walking around America, you could probably reliably guess whether or not a person was Catholic, Protestant, Muslim, or Jewish just based on how they look, because those racial the racial phenotypical archetypes you're looking for tend to correlate demographically to certain religions. Like if I saw somebody who looked, Latin American to me, I'd assume they were Catholic. If they looked like Midwesterner to me or whatever, or Southern. If they were black, I'd assume they were Protestant. Come on, live in the real world with me here. Come on. Jesus Christ.
Facilities and U.S.-linked interests across the region.
In reiteration of our previous warning, if any fuel or energy...
Okay, that's fucking racist. Come on. How the fuck is that? Can we tone down the race baiting, the tool of the Epstein class? What are we talking about? No, Luxra, I want to hear what's racist about this. Can you let me know? I would love to know. It is not in fact racist to point out that the racist apartheid state makes generalizations when it comes to a person's Jewishness, when the archetype they're looking for is whether or not a person is Jewish.
Facilities in Iran are targeted.
If someone looks Hispanic, they're probably Catholic or something to that effect. I don't know what your definition of racism is, but that's literally not racist. Like, many Hispanic people are Catholic. That's literally not racism. That's just not what the definition of racism includes.
We will respond by targeting energy and technology institutions and desalination plants linked to America and the Zionist entity in the region.
It comes after President Donald Trump warned that he would destroy Iran's energy facilities.
You're assuming what people are just by looking at them? This is called living in real life. Yeah, like the way you assume people's pronouns. Like if you walk down the street and you saw me, you would probably assume that I was a guy. This is just real life. You don't have to. It's not like a normalizing judgment or whatever. It's just real. I don't know what you mean. Every person, every country on earth does this. Every people, everyone, all the time, including you. I don't know. Are we being for real right now? Is it racist to assume an Irish person is Catholic? If you're in Ireland and you see an Irish person, I guess it would be more reasonable to assume they're Catholic than Protestant. Keep in mind, we're talking about apartheid Israel, where they're making judgments about whether a person is Jewish or not based on their appearance, which is something we know they do and is extensively documented.
It does not open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. The waterway is a critical choke point for ships transporting oil and gas out of the Gulf. Well, we are live in Tehran, in Washington, D.C., in Ramallah, Tyre, that's in southern Lebanon, and in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, also in the Iranian capital. And that's where we start, in Tehran, with Ali Hashem. So, Ali, we now have this standoff. The U.S. president telling Iranians, you have 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, or I will blow up your power plants, starting with the biggest and most important one. Iran has responded, and it seems that they have no intention of doing what the U.S. president is asking of them. Can you walk us through the response that you have seen from Iran over the last few hours?
Well, Cyril, in the middle of this war, it seems that another war is going on, which is the war of rhetorics and narratives. And with President Trump raising the stake, the Iranians are responding with more confrontational rhetoric. And it's clear now that there is a unified position here, because we're hearing, after we heard from the armed forces, we heard from the Speaker of the Parliament, and now the Vice President, they're all on the same point. The moment the power plants in Iran are going to be hit, the whole region will go forward.
I'm looking at chat. It's just incredible to me how quickly this is probably my fault for poorly responding to it, how quickly this discourse degraded from my statement that Israeli Jews will keep people out of bomb shelters because they assume that they're non-Jewish by looking at them, and this somehow devolved into a prescriptive argument over whether it's good to ethnically stereotype people. I have no idea how we got here.
Blackout, and more than that, the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed, and it won't be open except these plants were rebuilt according to the armed forces. Now, with respect to the other authorities here in the country, like the vice president, he tried to defend Iran's position, saying that this is self-defense and that Iran is under the aggression, and that's why it will be self-defending itself by launching attacks against regional power plants and, of course, Israel. So this is the picture in general with respect to this point precisely. But what's clear here is that this whole conflict is going towards a dead end. There's no possibility for the moment to get down the ladder, at least from what we're hearing from both sides. Each side is taking, or at least is escalating their own rhetoric, and this could lead to what's really worse than the situation we are in currently.
And Ali, something that perhaps is noteworthy that happened today. We heard from the Iranian representative at the International Maritime Organization. His message was actually the Strait of Hormuz is not completely closed, and if foreign countries...
Yeah, an Indian tanker went through. They just had to pay in Chinese yuan.
...collaborate or work with us, we can get some of those ships through the strait.
Here's Ehud Barak and Epstein talking about importing Russians to control the quality more effectively of settlement. Oh, I think I've heard this one. In his 3.5-hour conversation with Jeffrey Epstein and Larry Summers in 2013, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, what a wonderful country, also provides an intriguing insight into the racist nature of the Israeli state.
What he's saying is the future of Israel. I mean, something will happen in Iran. Maybe we'll succeed. Maybe we won't. And that'll make it worse. But the demography seems terrible. Nobody sane seems to be procreating, and everybody insane in their own way seems
The demography seems terrible. Nobody sane is procreating.
to have 5 children. You know, whether it's Arabs or Orthodox, they have 5 children. If you're regular Israeli, you have 1.5 children.
The Haredim are more productive than the Arabs. I think we canceled some of the... We had exponential support function for productivity. It's something bizarre. Rather to be an S-curve, it became exponential. And always when I meet a friend with 3 children, I tell him, another 2 and you are deep into the social security trap. That's your job. You can sit idle. No, I don't. The future of Israel is waking up at the right moment before it's too late. Putting a wedge on this drift along the slippery slope toward one-state nation. First of all, because with one-state nation, it will be even faster. Yeah, it will be bi-nation at first, and then within a generation with an Arab majority.
It is hard to understand him, unfortunately. Barak believes Israel needs to wake up before it is too late. The country, he says, is drifting along the slippery slope to a one-state nation with an Arab majority. The solution to break the monopoly of the Orthodox rabbinate on marriage and funerals, and whatever the definition of a Jew, and to accept massive conversion into Judaism in a successful country many will apply. That way we can control the quality much more effectively. Unlike the founders of Israel, who had to accept people from North Africa, from the Arab, now we can be selective. So, in other words, pull white people from Russia and convert them to Judaism so they can keep Israel a white state, rather than having to dilute the racial purity of Israel with Arab and North African Jews. It's one of the reasons why I say that Israel isn't even really about Jews. They care about white people, not Jews. Like the Netanyahu is agnostic. He's not a practicing Jew. They don't give a fuck. Like non-white Jews are dirt to them, you know? Why Russians? Probably because Russia's also an evil country. I don't know. The Haredi ultra-Orthodox are going to be the majority, and for religious reasons they don't serve in the military. Yeah, these people are like demographically fucking useless. These guys were the subject of that retard's video, right? The guy Nick Shirley, when he made that video, like the secret Jewish cult that runs this New Jersey city or whatever, and it's just that this one group of Jews who all live off welfare. These people are demographic dead weights, so I don't know. Hopefully they collapse the state of Israel. No, it was a different guy. No, I'm pretty sure it was Nick Shirley. Almost 1 in 4 Israelis will be a member of the ultra-Orthodox community. Damn. It was Tyler Oliveira. Nick Shirley reposted it. Yes, Nick Shirley reposted it. That's it. He supported it. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How does this work? Why do they receive these benefits? Well, in America, you, like me, you can get welfare if you're poor. %25% of the population, man. That is crazy. Crucially, they're also exempted from military service. I don't think these are the same types of Jew as the guys in New Jersey, but these guys don't do military service. I'm trying to see, yeah, what the name of the... Is it just the wives that work? That's so fucking funny. So the guys are useless. All they do is study the Torah all day. But the women work? That's crazy. Holy shit. That's so base. That's funny as fuck. Matriarchal W? Hold on. Nobody said matriarchal, okay? These are extremely chauvinist, right-wing Jewish communities. Not even remotely progressive. Article essentially spoke how the Haredi Jews are leeching resources from Israeli society and not giving anything back to return except for their Torah learning. That's funny as fuck. That's totally true, though. Tyler Olivier has a video about it. Yeah, that's what I was just referencing. Super, super anti-Semitic video, mind you, but like, if I could control policy in the universe, yeah. If there were entire religions of people who are like, no, can't work, too busy reading the script, I would send their asses to the mines for sure. 100%. Your religion says you can't work? That's crazy. Well, your rent says you do. So, you know, you decide. What was anti-Semitic about it, though? This video? This video is crazy anti... This video, for one, Tyler Olivieri is, like, super-duper far-right. Like, just as, like, a early informant, or, like, early information dump before the video. The whole video is him going, like, it's so strange these Jews won't talk to me. What are they hiding? What are they hiding? They're not hiding much. You know what they're hiding? They're all welfare leeches because they're a hyper-religious Orthodox cult where they don't work and all they do all day is study the Torah. Like, that's the so like the implication from the video is that these guys control the state or whatever. These guys are so powerless they don't even have money. Like, they're the opposite. These are, like, the implication is that this is the same type of Jew that aligns with the JQ, like New York, banker, super powerful. They're literally the exact opposite. Like, there are powerful Jews in politics and finance, of course, and those Jewish people look down on these guys because these guys are bums. But the implication from the video is that, like, they're all part of this cabal. It's the JQ. It's a JQ video. Jesus was a bum. Jesus was a carpenter. Thank you. Like, your dumbass could fucking line up a joint. Bet you could roll a joint, you useless piece of shit.
You work for Hamas?
Yeah, it's a good opener, though. It's a good opener.
Kids out here.
The community is based on this. So
okay, so is it wealthy members of the community give charity?
Yes, mostly. That's the way.
Are most people on Medicaid, SNAP, EBT? Let's be honest.
I don't know. I can't speak for other people.
What about you?
I'm not going to tell about myself.
Okay.
A lot of these folks have business there. Not all of them. Okay. Some of them.
But there's a lot of you guys, right?
Some of them are being supported by community members.
Okay. What's the big industry for women out here? Is it childcare? Because I notice Mexicans seem to work like retail, construction. Many men will tell me my wife works, but I do not.
That's not true.
That's what they told me, though. They themselves.
The first 2 years after they get married.
Okay.
Only the first 2 years.
Okay.
And then they go work. Most men.
Okay, all right. How many kids do you have? I'm gonna guess you have 13? They all vote unanimously in favor for it. Look at this. There's a car accident every 5 seconds. Some of the driving out here is horrendous. It's truly terrible. What did the Jewish people here do for work, from what you've seen? Did they just pray, or?
No. So yes, they pray every single day, and they work every single day after this matter.
After they pray, they go to work?
Yeah. They drive in a school bus and a transit bus.
Excuse me, gentlemen. What do you guys do for work here? Do you guys have like businesses, like work a job? Do you guys study Torah?
I have a job.
What do you do?
I'm in sales.
Are you lying to me? Just the way you looked at them, I'm just like, what? Is it just ink?
They don't have jobs. Most of them don't have jobs. They don't have jobs. Why is he randomly just harassing people? That's his job. This guy looks sick, by the way. This guy's lined the fuck up. Holding frame. A play-by-play breakdown of Tyler Olivier's anti-Semitic video from an ex-Hasid. Oh god, that's an hour and a half long. We don't have to do this. Do you still support socialism after watching these guys? Oh, listen, you talk to who you want. I'm not pro-work abolition, okay? I'm keeping your ass down in the mines, all right? I'm making it... Listen, my brand of socialism, work gets to be 5% more fulfilling, and lunch breaks are 70 minutes instead of 60. That's what you get, okay? Fuck you. Get back to work. I'm cracking the whip. I love the mines. Yippee! Yippee! Wahoo! What are you yapping about? What are you... You jump up here and then you go meow. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Explain. So pretty. So pretty. Yeah, she doesn't have a job. She just knocked the damn frame on the wall. What are you doing? So I guess our real long-term strategy for Israel is just to wait for the, what are they, Haredi Jews? To make up a majority of the population, and then no one will work or enlist in the IDF, and then Israel will collapse.
ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הורינו לצה"ל להשמיד באופן מיידי.
That's crazy. I don't speak Hebrew, though. We will turn the contact villages in southern Lebanon into areas like Beit Hanun and Rafah, Gaza. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't need to know what he's saying. That's probably it. He probably said a even more fucked up shit.
Always the cost.
Structure with established political, economic, and social institutions. The presence or absence of a single individual does not affect this structure. Of course, individuals are influential, and each person plays their role, some better, some worse, some less. But what matters is that the political system in Iran is a very solid structure. We have not had anyone more important than the leader himself, and even the leader was martyred. Yet the system continued to work and immediately provided a replacement. If anyone else is martyred, it will be the same. If the foreign minister were ever to be martyred, there would ultimately be someone else to take the position.
Aren't you afraid that you might be one of the top?
Going back to my prior position that every American politician talks like an illiterate pedophile, whereas the foreign minister of Iran, and in fact every official I've heard from Iran, talks like they've read a book once in their life?
Targets.
Anyone could become a target. In recent days, we have seen that they have no hesitation about targeting any place. So far, 53 hospitals have been attacked, along with many schools. The Minab school, which has now become well known, where 168 students were killed, is the most famous example. But there have been others as well. Bank brand...
Yeah, I don't know, leftists are actually becoming sussy with the Jew dunking. I think that is true, but in my opinion, I have a very easy time distinguishing between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. And also, anti-Semitism is not the same as being critical of like the Jewish religion or Jewish religious extremism. In the same way that my incessant pointing out that Christian extremists are going to fucking destroy the world is not me being bigoted towards Christian people. It's a thing they believe. Like if it's bigoted to believe that Jewish supremacy is bad, then is it bigoted to believe that like murder is bad because they're a murderer? Like I'm being discriminatory against them. It's ridiculous. There's a difference between blanket discrimination against a group of people as opposed to criticism of their beliefs, you know? Nuance is important. Sure, like I in my opinion, it's easy to tell the distinction, you know? Haredi Jews can be drafted now because of the Israeli Supreme Court ordering it. If they start drafting Haredi Jews, they're going to frag their commanding officer the first chance they get. Are you kidding me? These dudes have an entire life of not working ahead of them, and they're getting drafted to the IDF. Fuck, they're all gonna be reborn as lotus flowers. I didn't see Tucker Carlson talk to Professor Jiang. Maybe I'll watch that.
Churches and many residential buildings have also been attacked. Political figures, civilians, scientists, and university professors have all been targeted. It is even possible that the foreign minister could be attacked. But like everyone else, we are standing firm and working for the goals and interests of our country, and we have no hesitation about giving our lives for it if necessary.
You are in the middle of a war, and it's an American-Israeli war on Iran. At the same time, Iran is in a wider war.
There's a voluntary Haredi unit in the IDF, and they're psychotic even by IDF standards. Yeah, a voluntary Haredi unit? Yeah, of course, obviously. That's a group of people who never work, and of those people, these are the volunteers. Of course they're going to be psychotic. They're going to be like, these are people who want a war for war's sake. Rape unit. 100%.
It's launching rockets towards Israel, towards American bases, and also towards neighboring countries.
We did not expand the war. The war is inherently expansive. This is a point we had already warned our friends in the region about for a very simple reason. When the United States attacks us, our armed forces, our missiles, and our drones cannot reach U.S. territory. Therefore, we are inevitably compelled to respond by striking U.S. military bases in the region and attacking U.S. military assets in the region. Unfortunately, these assets are spread across the entire region and, regrettably, are located on the territory of our friendly countries.
Things have advanced a little bit beyond this point, though. Now we're at like, well, it's time to start vaporizing water desalination plants.
This is the nature of this war. When the United States attacks us, coming from 10,000 miles away to strike here, it is only natural that we must respond.
Please check my last message about the breakdown on how Jewish Israelis view expelling Palestinians. Over 90% of Haredis want full expulsion of all Arabs. 63% want every person of village they take killed. Yeah, they're extremely far right. The only reason they don't want to work or be enlisted in the IDF is because they're lazy fucking bums, not because they're anti-death. They love death. They're crazy far right psychopath. Yeah, super orthodox Jews. It's not good. It's not good. Let's not hit the only source of water these people have, please. Well, I don't know, man. Maybe the Gulf states should stop backing America and Israel. That's not true. There are many subgroups under the Haredi and many are anti-Zionist. Well, for one, I didn't say all. But also keep in mind, the reason Haredi Jews tend to be anti-Zionist is because they think the Bible designates them as a permanent outcast group that isn't meant to return to the Holy Land. Or in other words, the Haredi who are anti-Zionist oftentimes aren't opposed to the treatment of the Palestinian people. Instead, they just think that it's the role of the Jew to wander and not return to the Holy Land. They haven't been given the biblical signal to return. So their objections are not humanitarian. They just think that it's not their time.
Sports, hotels, sometimes even some residential areas. And there are many people killed. I mean, for example, I'll give you an example from myself. I was in Doha. In Doha, all the time, we're hearing the drones, the rockets. And at the end, it's not the idea that these are clear bases, because in a way or another, there are some areas that are residential areas, businesses that are being targeted. Now, in Qatar, they're being intercepted. In some other places, they're not.
First of all, I am truly surprised that the world does not speak out about the attacks on Iran's residential areas, the attacks on schools and hospitals.
I'm not surprised.
Why does no one talk about these? But I can say with confidence that we have not attacked civilian targets in neighboring countries. We have not targeted them. Of course, in some places there may be collateral consequences, but that has not been our intention. However, when it comes to striking what the Americans call their bases in the region, it is natural that we have not limited ourselves only to their formal military bases. Wherever there has been a concentration of Americans, wherever they have had facilities belonging to them, those places have been targeted. Some of these may have been close to urban areas. This is not our fault. It's the Americans' fault. They evacuated their soldiers from military bases and moved them into hotels inside cities. Overall, it is the United States' behavior that has brought the region to this point. I accept that our friendly countries are upset and that the people of the region have been harmed. That is why Dr. Pezeshkian apologized to the people of the region, because as a result of U.S. aggression against us and our response and retaliation, they may have been affected. But all of this is America's fault. We did not start this war. We are only defending ourselves.
There was a lot of controversy around Mr. Pezeshkian's apology, whether this created a rift in the system and whether the military was, in a way or another, reserved towards this apology.
All this commotion was unnecessary. Mr. Pezeshkian spoke very clearly. First of all, in our country, apologizing is a sign of strength and honor. A person who is more powerful and more honorable does not hesitate to apologize. The apology he made was addressed to the people of the region out of respect for the difficult situation they are facing. The United States attacked us, and we are retaliating, yet we still apologize to the people of the region because they have suffered. There was no internal disagreement within our system. As for why President Pezeshkian's constructive approach did not succeed...
Compare this to Hegseth? Yeah, I guess, like, to relate it back to the earlier point of the United States not having any natural predators, so I guess except for our leaders, who challenge us to be better. Nobody in America talks like they're ready to die for their cause, but everyone in Iran has to. We literally killed all their top leaders. Like, everyone in Iran who speaks on behalf of the government knows that at any point Israel or America could have them killed. Whereas in America, every leader acts with complete invulnerability, no threat to them whatsoever. They can do or say whatever. They think the reality will rearrange itself to accommodate their desires.
The reason lies with the United States and President Trump himself. Immediately after Dr. Pezeshkian's statement, the US president posted a tweet describing the apology as a sign of defeat and declaring that Iran had been defeated using very insulting language. In reality, Mr. Trump killed this approach from the start. He prevented the emergence of a new atmosphere and a new perspective between us and the regional countries. Ultimately, everything about the current situation is the Americans' fault. They must answer, not only to their own people, but also to our people, to the people of the region, and to history in the future. This war is not our war, not the war of the American people, nor the war of the region. It is America's war, a war that the United States itself chose.
It's a war of choice.
Yeah, but you're losing friends. Alongside with this war, you're losing friends. Because now, for example, in countries like Oman, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, which you had a deal with in China, Kuwait, Iraq, Turkey, Azerbaijan, many countries in the region.
Our people are our best friends. First and foremost, we must protect them. We must not bargain with the lives of our people because of friends who are making mistakes. Our friends have given the United States military bases over the past 47 years. Over the past 40...
I know it's translated, but he sounds better than most U.S. politicians. Well, oh, 100%, yeah. No, 100, no, U.S. politicians are uniquely stupid. There's, like, basically no global parallel. There are like, African junta warlords who speak with more coherence than the average American politician.
47 years, our friends have built very good relations with the United States, which has been our enemy. They have provided a wide range of services to the United States, and they continue to do so. Some of our friends have established relations with Israel, which is the greatest enemy of the Islamic world. Even now, some of our friends are allowing their territory to be used against us. I do not know whether they officially allow it or not, but their territories are being used. CENTCOM openly says that, for example, HIMARS short-range missiles are being launched from inside regional countries. When 3 American F-15 aircraft in Kuwait are said to have been mistakenly shot down, no one asks what they were doing in Kuwait. Obviously, they were passing through Kuwait's airspace on their way towards Iran. For us, protecting the life...
Yeah, this guy's... sorry, it's the difference between, like, an average American politician. Notable accomplishments before running for office. Worked for a consultancy firm, board of directors, rug pulled investors, and then did Medicare fraud. Then got elected by, like, 60-40 margins. This guy... Born in 1962 in Tehran, his grandfather was a carpet trader who died when he was 17. As a teenager, he took part in the Iranian Revolution, where he served the IRGC for 9 years and fought in the Iran-Iraq War. Earned a bachelor's degree in international relations, master's degree in political science from the Islamic Azad University in Tehran, a PhD in political thought from the University of Kent with a thesis entitled The Evolution of the Concept of Political Participation in 20th Century Islamic Political Thought, supervised by David McClellan, a scholar of Marxism. The thesis argues that modern Islamic political thought has attempted to reconcile the doctrine of divine sovereignty with the concept of popular sovereignty by incorporating aspects of Western democratic theory into Islamic principles, thereby developing democratic institutions with the framework of Islamic law. He is fluent in Arabic and English. It's just, like, you can do this with all, like, do this with every American politician versus literally anybody who works for the Chinese Communist Party. You know? It's crazy. We're just a dead country, dude. Araghchi joined Iran's foreign ministry in 1989. He served as charge d'affaires at Iran's permanent mission to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in Saudi Arabia, and later as Director General for the Institute of Political and International Studies. He was an ambassador to Finland, a dean of School of International Relations, deputy foreign minister, ambassador to Japan, post of deputy for the Asia Pacific and the Commonwealth Affairs. He once again in 2013 became deputy foreign minister and also served as the spokesperson for the ministry. Served as Iran's chief nuclear negotiator in talks with the B5+1 leading up to the JCPOA between Iran and the United States. From 2017 to 2021, served as political deputy at the Foreign Ministry. Christ alive.
Lives of our people is more important than anything else. We hope our friends understand this and realize that over the past 47
I just
years...
realized the majority of our politicians go to Harvard and Harvard Law, but I haven't heard any of them write a scholarly publication. They go to Harvard because they're wealthy and they want to fuck children. Harvard, Yale, and the other Ivy League institutions have long since stopped being like bastions of education and now serve as reifications of class distinction. There are some people who go to Harvard and Yale off of academic merit. They're usually poor people who get on full scholarship. If you go to Harvard off of like legacy connections or through money, you are probably a retard whose parents are paying for you so that you can get like a good political or legal career afterwards.
We have been neighbors and friends, but certain actions have ultimately led to the situation we see today.
There is an analysis that Iran was confronting the American war, the American-Israeli war, with turning this into a regional war and also creating a situation of an international crisis, especially with the closure or at least the situation that is in the Hormuz Strait, which is almost a closure.
Did we start it? We did not start it. This war was imposed on us, and we had warned about it in advance.
Do you know why this guy says Israel's the enemy of all Islamic states? Probably because Israel's the enemy of all Islamic states. What do you mean? It's true descriptively. Like, why doesn't he frame it as a Zionist thing? Israel is a Zionist thing. What do you mean?
We did not turn this into a regional war simply because attack.
Doesn't it sound anti-Semitic, though? That Israel's an enemy of all Islamic states? No? Why would that... How is that anti-Semitic? It's descriptively true. It's a Jewish supremacist state that's currently in the process of genociding and invading Muslim people and Muslim states. What do you mean?
Attacks are coming from countries in the region. Their military bases in the region are being used against us. It is the United States that has turned it into a regional war, not us.
I think it's pretty safe to assume the guy's anti-Semitic, though. I don't know. Find me something... Sure, maybe. Find me something anti-Semitic, he said. But also keep in mind that he has lived in a country that's been besieged by Israel for decades. So I want to see him saying... to meet the bar for anti-Semitism, he needs to have said something... that would be considered problematic, even if he was saying it about Christians. Oftentimes, we have different standards for what we consider to be anti-Semitism versus like Christophobia or whatever, because we recognize Jews as a minority population in the United States, but Israel is the regional military aggressive expansionist power. So what would he? I'm not going to assume that. I would need to say it.
I would like to understand your vision towards the Strait of Hormuz, the closure. You've been saying that everyone is still allowed to pass except for the enemies of Iran. Also, we've heard reports that Iran is putting a condition that there should be transactions in yuan for ships to pass. Also, we heard in the leader's statement that also probably Yemen could enter, and then there are a lot of indications Bab el-Mandab could close. Is Iran trying to suffocate the international economy?
من باز تکرار میکنم این جنگ ما نیست.
I will repeat, this war is not our war. We did not start it. The United States started it and is responsible for all the consequences of this war, human and financial, whether for Iran, for the region, or for the entire world. The United States must be held accountable.
Assuming an Iranian person has anti-Semitic values is just racism, by the way? Yeah, literally. Like, why would I assume, just because he's Iranian? Why would I assume that? That's a crazy thing to assume.
From our perspective, this is a waterway located next to Iran. Naturally, we will not allow our enemies to use this waterway. At the same time, a war is taking place around it, and naturally, many ships and countries may not want to use this route due to insecurity. Some countries contact us to discuss safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
Also, unironically, if they do, it's still Israel's fault. Yeah, not to like drop a massive truth nuke on you guys, but if Israel wasn't Jewish and was instead like a Rhodesia-esque European Christian settler project filled with Christian supremacists who were slaughtering Muslims in the region and declaring their Christian supremacy, if he said Christians were the enemies of all Islamic nations, I wouldn't really care that much. Because it's pretty obvious what he's referring to. Wouldn't really care that much. It's pretty like he's not describing some broader, you know, conspiracy. He's kind of factually describing the geopolitical relations in the region that he's in. And also, it wouldn't be different from what you fucks say on the daily. White people do this, white people do that. Are you anti-white? Just imagine they're Spanish Crusaders. Me running out to cancel the Mayans as they make derogatory comments about white people shortly after Spanish conquistadors fucking burn their house down or whatever. White people be like, white people be like. True. True.
And we try to provide them with the conditions for such passage. In my view, we need to design new arrangements for the Strait of Hormuz and the way ships pass through it in the future, after the war, so that peaceful navigation through this waterway can be permanently maintained under clear regulations, with consideration for Iran's interests and the interests of the region. I believe that after the war, the first step should be drafting a new protocol for the Strait of Hormuz.
The difference is Jews in the diaspora are still marginalized? Yeah, Christians are marginalized in Iran too. If Iran said American Christians or like Christians want us dead, would you be as upset? We need to have a serious conversation about the weaponization of victimhood. Like, Israel has long relied on the perception of Jewish people as being the most persecuted minority on earth, which is factually not true. Like many ethnic groups are completely eradicated, for example. Certainly not in the contemporary world. But they've often relied on that as like a broad justification for everything that they do. Everything that they do, you know? And it leads to some very warped power imbalances here. Like somebody in chat unironically said we should just assume this guy is anti-Semitic because he said Israel is the enemy of Islamic countries, a thing that Israel constantly reaffirms. And what? Why? Who's got the nukes, man? Who's got the money? Who's got the power? Who's backed by the fucking global military hegemon? You know? We have to evaluate people's broad statements in the context of the environments in which they live. Are many Islamic people, are like Iranians specifically, bigoted against Jewish people? I have no doubt. I have no doubt of this, I'm sure. Tribalism is common all around the world in all groups. So to defer to it just by default is in my opinion, stupid. The real question is, are their actions informed by supremacist beliefs? That's the real one. Like, does America have racists? Yes. Does Eritrea have racists? Yes. Does Zimbabwe have racists? Every country is racist, retard. Every group of people on earth is filled with tribalists who dislike people around them. That's just how it works. That's how right-wing thought works. The question is their behavior being motivated by supremacy, by tribalism? And the answer here is that Israel's behavior is. Zionist expansionism is objectively rooted in Jewish supremacy. Iran's behavior is not. What they are doing right now is defending themselves against a war of Israeli and American aggression. Factually, they are not. Every single person in Iran, superhumanly, magically, could be like the Buddha. They could be perfect. They could have no desires, or they could have no bigotry. And what they are doing right now would still be a defensive war against foreign aggression. So I am more interested in that, because this deference, well, some of them are bigoted, this could be said of literally any group. Is it motivating their behavior?
Hormuz. Naturally, this should be done between the countries that lie on both sides of the strait, as they are the principal parties in this matter, and it should guarantee that safe passage through the strait takes place under specific conditions.
Upon whose conditions? You say special conditions.
Conditions that ensure peacefulness. We do not want to witness another war in the region, and we do not want to see the strait closed again. There must be regulations and conditions established that guarantee lasting peace in this region.
Yes, but the issue is all these sovereign Arab countries are de facto ethno-states where 95% of the population's one ethnicity. I assume you don't mean Iran, because Iran's not Arab or an ethno-state, but like, yeah, I don't like Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Kuwait or whatever else either. They're slave states. The problem is we're not sending them hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons and money, and they don't have nukes, and they're not invading every neighboring country. So, you know, but like in terms of ethno-states, Lebanon, super diverse. Syria, super diverse. If you're talking about the Gulf states, then like, yeah, they're Hitlerite, but like, again, I don't support them. And they're not the ones invading the rest of the Middle East. But trust me, okay? If Saudi Arabia had 400 nuclear weapons and were invading every neighboring country, I would say very, 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 very similar stuff about the importance of defeating Saudi Arabia as I do now with Israel. Like, I'm so in favor of stability in the Middle East, I support Operation Desert Storm. I think that America was justified in its joint forces coalition against Iraq. To go after them for invading Kuwait. Do another Desert Storm in Israel then? God willing.
What about the Americans now? Yesterday we heard President Trump saying that there are possibilities to reach somewhere. Now, there is nothing solid in what he said, but it's clear that the Americans are in a situation where they're waiting Iran to make the first step.
In my view, the Americans were drawn into this war by Israel, or more precisely by Netanyahu himself, and I think they themselves do not even know what their ultimate objective is. Every day they talk about something different. Once about regime change, once about dividing Iran, once about the collapse of the government, and once about unconditional surrender. All this was based on a miscalculation, and now they have realized that because of it, they have found themselves in a difficult situation.
That's an insane outtake. What's an insane outtake?
Those who were demanding unconditional surrender from us are now forced
Watch the war go. Wait, hold on. Do the fucking kids in YouTube chat, you're aware of the fact Operation Desert Storm isn't the same as the Iraq War in 2003, right? You know Operation Desert Storm was when the extremely militarized fascist dictator Saddam Hussein invaded a neighboring country and threw the Middle East into turmoil for like to achieve his expansionist aims. You remember in the 90s? That was a different thing. That was a different war. No shit. I don't know. A lot of people think there was one Iraq war. That seems fair to me. I don't know. You throw the global economy into turmoil and you invade a neighboring country for no fucking reason. The hammer gets brought down on you. I think that's fair.
Seek help, even from their own adversaries, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, inviting other countries and saying, please help. In my opinion, the United States started this war and must also acknowledge that it made a mistake and put an end to its aggression. We are not seeking a ceasefire because we do not want this scenario to be repeated again after some time. Rather, we want the war to end completely and permanently.
I mean, you said you defended it, Vosh. You weren't even born during the first Iraq War, Lamau. Yeah. Do you think you can only defend things as they're happening? What are you what's happening? What's the average IQ today? What are we doing here? You can only defend things as they're happening? Defend it as in previously in previous streams. What are we doing? Come on. Be real here. Come on. Jesus Christ. Guys. Good Lord. Kuwait are marsh Arabs. They should be part of Iraq. No. You don't get to do that. That's the whole point. Actually, this neighboring country that we're invading should be a part of ours. Stop. So you think Ukraine should be a part of Russia? If you think Kuwait should be a part of Iraq, you cannot complain about Russia doing what it's doing to Ukraine right now. Every country was promised to everybody else 3,000 years ago. It's true.
کامل و به صورت دائمی.
In the whole region or just in Iran? Because there's another front in Lebanon also.
In the whole region.
We desire lasting peace throughout the entire region, encompassing all the countries within it.
So if there is a ceasefire that is offered and a lot of guarantees that this is not going to be repeated, but the war, for example, in Lebanon will continue, will this war stop?
من فکر نمی‌کنم.
I don't think so. First of all, we do not believe in a ceasefire. We believe in ending the war. And ending the war means exactly that, ending the war on all fronts. I think this is also in the interest of peace in the region, that once and for all, the issue of war in the region is resolved, and that we witness peace throughout the region, in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Iran, and in other countries of the region. The region should become a stable region characterized by peace, development, and progress. I believe that peace in the region must be comprehensive, encompassing all dimensions of peace.
But you do oppose the sanctions that killed many regular Iraqis? Yeah, I'm not really pro-sanctions in general. Sanctions basically just seem to hurt civilians.
And including all countries.
همه ابعاد صلح در نظر بگیره و همه کشورها رو در بر بگیره.
Now, given the fact that right now we are in a new era in Iran, in the middle of the war, there is a new leader. Of course, there'll be new policies, new projection of strategies. And also, we know that the late leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, had a fatwa with respect to the nuclear weapons. Does this fatwa continue with the new leadership, or the new leader could change it? Mainly the nuclear policy of Iran, the nuclear doctrine of Iran, will it change?
دکترین هسته ایران یک دکترین صلح‌آمیز بوده.
Iran's nuclear doctrine has been a peaceful one, and we have always sought, and still seek, to exercise our rights to benefit from peaceful nuclear energy. A fatwa, as you know, depends on the person who issues it. I am not yet in a position to judge what the new leader's jurisprudence...
Yeah, sure. It is true. It is true. No evidence to my knowledge has yet been procured that Iran actually has been working on a nuclear weapon. They have worked on nuclear enrichment, but you would do that for nuclear energy as well. No information yet provided. They agreed to the terms of the JCPOA. I'm in favor of them building a nuclear weapon.
Or political stance on this matter will be. My understanding is that it should not differ greatly from our previous policies, but we must wait until we become aware of his views.
There have been a lot of questions with respect to the new leader, especially that when he addressed the world and Iran mainly, he addressed them through a statement, but no one saw him. Can you tell us more about his situation? Because there were reports from the Iranian television that he was injured in the attack.
Kuwait was a slaver state and only created to split the oil fields. Saddam was right to take it. We are learning. I'm learning of new types of revanchism I've never heard of before. I've never seen like Kuwait deniers, but that's the second one in chat that I've seen. That's crazy.
ظاهراً جراحات سطحی وجود داشته.
As far as I am aware, there were only superficial injuries, and he is still in full health and has the situation under control. When and how he will speak to the people, whether through a statement or in person, is up to him. But the information I have, which I know to be accurate, is that he is in complete health.
Based on this, Mr. Trump is saying that he doesn't know with who to talk in Iran. There's no leadership that he knows of.
I am astonished. We have a president, we have a foreign minister, we have the leader. All the pillars of the system are in their proper place, and it is perfectly clear who one should be speaking with.
Now, let's talk a bit about the possibility of talks, negotiations, coming down the ladder. There are attempts already going on. Anyone trying to reach out to you?
کشورهای زیادی هستن از دوستان ما که ایده هایی رو مطرح میکنن.
There are many countries, our friends, that have proposed ideas and expressed readiness to play a role in achieving peace. We thank all of our friends who are making efforts in this regard. Our position is the same as what I have stated here, and we have also conveyed it to our friends. We do not accept a ceasefire. However, if there is an idea for ending the war that meets our conditions so that the war ends permanently across the entire region and the damages suffered by Iran are compensated, we will certainly listen to it.
It's so fucking goated that Iran is holding steady on their position that we should pay reparations to them for the damage that we've done, which is true.
There are also analyses that maybe one of the countries that could be able to create a situation or an atmosphere or environment for a settlement could be China. How accurate is that? Given that Iran wants a country with a weight in the world.
به نظرم کشورهای زیادی هستن که میتونن نقش رو ایفا بکنن.
In my view, several countries can play this role. China is one of them. China played a positive and successful role in mediating between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and I believe that both remain committed to the agreement reached through China's mediation.
An Indian tanker was allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz today because they paid for that oil in Chinese yuan, I heard.
China certainly has strong capacities, and alongside it, other countries also have such potential. I repeat, any idea that meets our demands and fulfills our conditions, we will listen to it.
We've been seeing several messaging going on, at least through the military, through the foreign ministry. Mr. Larijani a couple of days ago in his statement. Is there a message you have to President Trump, to the American people?
من پیام به مردم آمریکا میتونم بدم.
I can give a message to the people of the United States. This war is neither the war of the American people nor the war of Iran. This is Israel's war.
I disagree. This is the war of the American people. I'm criticizing you. You're not being hateful enough. You need to be brave. It's easy to hate the Epstein ruling class of America and Israel. You need to go a step further and hate the average American.
Designed for Israel's interests, for those who believe in Israel first. The cost is being paid by the people of Iran, the people of the region, and the people of the United States. Both the human and financial costs are being paid by ordinary people, by people standing at gas pumps. This situation must be...
I agree. Americans don't want this. Americans don't want this because they don't want to pay more for gas at the pump. Half of America voted for Trump.
Prevented.
Also, the Democratic Party is also Zionist. Keep in mind, the Democratic Party also is not unified in their opposition to this war.
I believe that ending the war depends on the will of the American people to compel their government to take a wiser path.
Mr. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
Nice. You want an update on this guy? This interview was from 3 days ago. This is from today.
I think the question of talking with Americans or negotiation with Americans once again would be on the table because we have a very bitter experience of talking with Americans. We negotiated with them last year in last June. And they attacked us in the middle of negotiations. And again this year, they tried to convince us that this time is different. They promised us that they don't have any intention to attack us. And they wanted to resolve Iran's nuclear question peacefully. and to find a negotiated solution, and we finally accepted. But again, after 3 rounds of negotiation, and after the American team in the negotiation, said itself that we made a big progress, still they decided to attack us. So I don't think, talking with Americans anymore would be, on our agenda anymore.
We are beneath diplomacy. Beneath diplomacy, man. Sucks to be part of the Satan country, but that it is what it is, I guess. No room for talk with the Americans. Houthis warned of blocking the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in support of Iran. Yeah, they've been talking about this for a little while. Can't really negotiate with someone who has no idea what they want. Also, we just lie nonstop. The last 2 times we entered negotiations with Iran, we interrupted them by bombing them. The negotiations were just a delaying tactic. We'll see how the markets react tomorrow. If Trump follows through on his promise, which maybe he will, maybe he won't, 6, 7, Iran might retaliate by striking desalination plants across the Middle East, which could lead to widespread drought and a lot of civilian death. So hopefully Trump doesn't do that. That'd be very unfortunate. Knocking out power all across the countries. They could hit Israel's power. Slovenia limiting fuel purchases? Jesus. Starting to move into Europe. Albeit Europe asterisk, but still Europe. Slovenia apologists in chat. Getting riled up. Everyone knows it's not a real country. Stay woke. Iran's foreign minister talks. Iran finna bomb my country's water desalination. You're using finna, but you're in the Middle East? That's crazy. Dude, black people rule the world, specifically African Americans. The shadow they cast culturally is unrivaled. At any rate. Do I want to watch the Tucker Carlson Professor Jang stuff? I feel like it's going to be boring as fuck. I feel like Jang's going to be in the limelight for another 6 months, and then he'll be out. It's boring. His cadence is not super interesting. Maybe we just watch the beginning? Because I haven't seen any of it. I haven't seen any of it.
Know a great deal about you, but I have seen a number of your videos in which you make remarkably accurate predictions. So that's what
to reach a ceasefire, and this will have dramatic consequences on the global economy. And this war could drag on for years and years. Already we're seeing major repercussions on the global economy, in that flights are being canceled. In Southeast Asia, they ran out of fuel, so they're asking people to stay at home. And in a few more months, experts are predicting a food shortage.
So Americans have these ships, okay? Scrawl's ship on the blackboard. Now these ships have a weakness, okay? And this weakness is anti-ship missiles. Scrawl's missile on the blackboard. Mustafa Singh 6HY94X comments, I can't believe these lectures are free. Life-altering, thank you. Or this or like weird anti-Semitic dog whistling in the comments, even on lectures that have nothing to do with Jews. You know? Professor Jang isn't suicidal. Look to who you can't criticize.
Meaning that nations will be forced into food rationing. And today, there's a major escalation in that the Israelis struck the largest gas field in Iran, and Iran retaliated by attacking energy infrastructure of the GCC. And Iran has stated that its purpose, its goal, its strategy is to move oil to $200 a barrel, which will have a really significant impact on the global economy because the entire global economy is based on access to cheap energy. So unfortunately, I think that we can expect this war to drag on for years and years. Eventually, America will send in ground troops. Eventually, the Strait of Hormuz will be contested. Eventually, this will spread all across the world.
How long do I have to go before he says something that you couldn't crib from reading like AP News headlines?
Eventually, other nations will be drawn in. So Saudi Arabia is thinking about declaring war on Iran. And Saudi Arabia has a mutual defense pact with Pakistan. So Pakistan will be drawn into this war.
No, the fuck it wouldn't. Are you insane? No country declares war anymore. Why the fuck would they do that? Are you insane?
So things are spiraling out of control. And just recently, Ali Larijani, who is the de facto head of the Iranian war effort, was assassinated. And he was a pragmatic elder statesman in Iran who had the authority to negotiate a ceasefire. Now that he's gone, there really is no more off-ramp. So both sides are committed to a long war of attrition, and the consequences for the entire global economy are quite dire.
That is, I wouldn't say that's the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario would include a nuclear strike by one or more actors and the destruction of the Aqsa Mosque complex in Jerusalem, which would spark a religious war. So that's as bad as it could get, but you've just described one step before the worst, which is protracted, destructive, impossible to stop. So my question is, because there are so many global players, big global players, the US and China, I think, who would be hurt by this, why is there not an incentive to get it settled quickly, and why can't that happen?
Right. So once this war starts, it achieves a momentum and a logic of its own. So the United States doesn't really have an off-ramp, meaning that if it tries to negotiate a ceasefire with Iran, Iran would ask for reparations, about $1 trillion, basically. It would ask for the United States to leave the Middle East.
You're right, this is boring. Yeah, sorry. It's true, though. Are we seeing the end of Europe? You know what? Sure. Yeah, just give me that. Are we seeing the end of Europe? Hit me with it. Go.
Right. So let's look at Europe. Because in 2014, this was a major turning point in Europe because you had these tens of millions of refugees trying to escape these wars in the Middle East, created by America's wars in the Middle East. And they were trying to reach Europe. And at this point, Europe had a choice. It could choose to close its borders and maintain its cultural identity, or it could open the floodgates. And Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, she said something really, really famous, and which stuck in my mind, which is, we can do this. We are Europeans. Somehow we can take in these millions of refugees and welcome them into our societies and thrive as a people. And
they're calling it the one good thing Merkel ever did or said.
The complete opposite has happened. You've got millions of these refugees who fled into Europe, not because of their choice, by the way, but because their nations were devastated, right? Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq were all devastated in these wars against terror in the Middle East. So they go, and these are proud Islamists. They love their religion, they love their family, they love the community. And so they're not going to absorb themselves and assimilate themselves into Europe. And today, you're looking at population replacement in a lot of cities. You go to
population replacement. I know. I already said this guy's right wing. He literally is a Holocaust denier. It's just weird how many emails I got from people being like, "Dude, you should take a look at this guy."
Certain places in Britain, and you might think you're in Cairo or Baghdad, and this has caused tremendous conflict throughout Europe. I wouldn't be surprised.
It really hasn't. The Western Europe has essentially decided to commit civilizational suicide by whiplashing over to the right in response to a slight increase in the demography of non-white Muslim people in their countries. The austerity and right-wing reactionary and xenophobic politics that they're engaging in are doing far more harm than the actual influx of refugees. Listen, refugees are definitionally inconvenient. These are like people fleeing a war. They're often poor. They're in a bad way. When you take refugees into your country, you're doing it because you're being like humanitarian. It's not, you're not taking in like high-value immigrants to fill some tech job. Obviously, there's going to be some social friction. That's normal. That's life. This is a demographic shift that, in large part was caused by the West over there in Syria. Obviously, as we are with all things, we're responsible in part for what happened over there. But in the long run, yeah, they're human beings. Don't know what to say.
If like 2 to 4 years time, you have civil war break out, insurgencies break out in places like Britain.
No, just insane, just incomprehensibly retarded. Dude, race war any day now. I know I've been saying this for decades, but race war any day now. Just delusional. A few percentage points of the population are Muslim now. Race war any day now. It's just meaningless.
And France. So the question is, why is this happening throughout the world at the same time? Why is it that these different nations, whether they're European, whether they're Canadian, Australian, why are they adopting the same policies? Not just in terms of COVID, right? But also in terms
of COVID? What? Because COVID hit the whole world? What do you mean? What?
In terms of like immigration.
They haven't. Australia doesn't have the same immigration policies as Germany at all. Australia is actually famously difficult to immigrate to. What are you talking about? Obviously, this is the great replacement rhetoric. This is, hey, isn't it fascinating how a secret cabal of people are forcing pro-immigration policies to demographically replace whites in all white European countries? That's like what he's saying. But this rhetoric is out of date, Like this was the big talking point 5 or 10 years ago, but nowadays not so much.
And so that's one of the great questions that we have to ask about the world we live in today. It seems as though it's almost a controlled demolition of Western civilization, right? The Anglosphere, Western Europe. It seems as though these nations are being destroyed purposely. For what end? I don't know. But
how interesting how this guy who's so great at predicting just stops making predictions right up where it allows him to dog whistle. Yeah, I'm just noticing all of these the suicidal empathy of all white countries taking some immigrants, like Australia, famous for taking in tons of immigrants from the Syrian refugee crisis.
But I would just say there's a certain pattern that has emerged, and the result can only end up in the controlled demolition of these societies.
I don't even think that's up for debate. I mean, of course, just look at the bottom line numbers, of course.
Of course. Yeah. Just look at the numbers. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. 2 years away from a civil war in the United Kingdom. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The white populations are being killed.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Race war. Mm-hmm. They're all gone. It's over. I'm dead.
on purpose. And the question is why. And I don't have the faintest idea.
Yeah, it's why. You know, I have no idea. Yeah, just got all the knowledge in the world, all the analysis. I'll say lots of insane stuff, but I don't know. I don't know who. What? It must be some kind of cabal, some shadowy group of people who are responsible for orchestrating this all across the Anglosphere, a very real term that white people use. You know, yeah, you know, the Anglosphere, like France and Germany, the Anglo-Saxons in Germany.
And I know there's a lot of speculation as to who's doing it. I'll just say bluntly, I don't know.
Who's doing it? I don't know. It could be any shadowy, nefarious group of people that have infiltrated Western civilization and used the left as a weapon to encourage suicidal pro-immigration policies to replace the white race. It could, I mean, if you look through historical precedent, I mean, it could be any group of people, really. I'm not going to say the race of the great replacement orchestrators. They were Jewish orchestrators. Right.
I mean, I know who the instruments are, of course, but Keir Starmer's not in charge of Great Britain. Macron isn't in charge of France. I'm not sure how many leaders really do have control of their countries. I don't know how many countries actually have sovereignty. I really don't know the...
So fucking embarrassing that Democrats are allowing this guy to be the only one who tells the truth about Israel, by the way. Like, literally, by virtue of lying on behalf of Israel, they are pushing thousands and thousands of people to a position where the only place to get, like, sane news on Israel is from this fucking Nazi grifter, you know? Super, super cool of the Dems. Like, anybody with any common sense could ask the questions that Tucker Carlson asked of the chief editor of The Economist, but only Tucker Carlson will. Has Tucker not reconciled he's more aligned with leftists than Republicans when it comes to Israel? Tucker is a grifter. He just says stuff. He doesn't believe, he doesn't, he's not really anti-Zionist, and he's also not really a Nazi. He's just a grifter. His thoughts and his positions are immaterial.
Answer. But something is going on. Is there any precedent for this in history? Have you ever seen anything like this?
If you ever seen large demographic shifts in history, why, yes, every empire ever. But, you know, let's pretend not.
As a historian.
Right, so...
He's not a historian. He's a high school teacher.
You look at what's happening in Ukraine, where the war is lost. It was lost 2 years ago. The Ukrainians have lost over 1 million fighting men. A lot of their people have fled overseas. No matter what happens in this war, Ukraine is finished as a nation state. It is no longer viable as a nation state. And rather than admit defeat and come to a ceasefire with Putin, what the Europeans are doing is just...
Why? Because Tucker Carlson is a Russian state asset, so he's probably just, you know, his rhetoric aligns here. Also, Anglosphere, this is a very Russian-coded term. Like, white Western racists don't say Anglosphere. Why would they? Anglo-Saxons, that's just one tiny component of the broader white population.
Saying that we're going to draft our men and have them fight in the trenches of Ukraine, which would be suicide because the Russians dominate the battlefield with their drones and artillery. And
this is so dated, dude. This is like rhetoric that's being dusted off from 3 years ago. Oh yeah, man, Ukraine has no chance. As if we haven't all watched Russia fucking trip over their shoelaces and stall out for years and years.
Trenches in Ukraine. So it's almost like a suicide mission. But not only that, but the Germans have said that, okay, we can only draft German men, but not Islamic men.
What?
Because we're afraid of their loyalty.
What the fuck is he talking about? Literally, what the fuck is he talking about?
Which means that you have a situation where, you know, local men, like British, French, German men, are being sent to die.
Ukrainian? What? Ukrainian? What are you talking about? It's Ukraine. The Ukrainians are the ones who are fighting. What are you the local British, the massive British, German, and French enclaves in Germany are getting sent to the front lines. The funny thing is, what he's saying is true for Russia. Russia puts their ethnic minorities to the front, so that the whitest Russians die last. They have selectively conscripted from the many non-white ethnic populations across their enormous country. Ukraine hasn't, because Ukraine is pretty much just full of Ukrainians.
Trenches of Ukraine, and back at home, you have these immigrant population that have not assimilated into your culture. So it's a really weird strategy. And I don't know who comes up with these sort of with this sort of stuff. And look, there's no historical precedent for this. There just isn't. I mean, there's been incidents of mass immigration. You could go back to the fall of the Roman Empire and how these hordes of immigrants flooded the Romans, and it's
flooded the Romans. Yeah, man. This is like Stefan Molyneux stuff. Oh yeah, man. The Roman Empire fell because of like immigrants or something. The empire that expanded and assimilated hundreds of ethnic groups all around the world. Well, not all around, but like across the world, fell because of immigration. Yeah, that's totally, yeah, 100%. Yeah, true. Yep. It's like every alt-right YouTube talking point mixed together. I haven't heard these in a while. Tucker just gets to make this face the whole time. He's like, damn, it's like a rehash, you know?
It's almost impossible to assimilate so many people. Eventually, there's going to be a cultural takeover.
Yeah, man. Assimilate them into the Russian Empire. Is that how that worked? Assimilate into the Russian Empire? What does he think that like the entire Roman Empire was like Italy or whatever? Like Rome expanded their cultural reach. It was an empire. It was multicultural. You didn't assimilate into a monoculture when you were conquered by Rome.
Eventually, with so many people who are insistent on maintaining their cultural identity, eventually, because they have more children than you, eventually they're going to overwhelm your cultural identity.
Yeah, and I do think that is the story of history, one population replacing another. There's no such thing as multiculturalism. There's always a dominant culture. That, that insists on dominance, of course. I just don't think there's ever been anyone who thought this could happen globally, like a systematic targeting of a race for elimination globally. I mean, it wasn't possible until pretty recently, but it would be interesting to know what the plan is. There's clearly like a plan behind that. There's a plan behind everything. How many?
This is incorrect. Rome was a monoculture. I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. Rome governed in an authoritative manner, but it is not possible for an empire to be a monoculture. In fact, let me hit you with it. There has never been a monocultural empire, and effectively never been a monocultural country in all of human history. Not once. The only true monocultures have maybe been city-states. Like you might have to go to like a Venetian, like maybe if you constrain it to that small of a community. But anytime a collective identity expands beyond like what you can physically see if you stand on top of a hill and look around, you get a multicultural society. Of course, when Tucker Carlson says multicultural, what he means is multiracial. But culture and race aren't the same thing. Not even culture and ethnicity. Even if we eradicated somehow all non-white people in America, America would remain multicultural. Do you think the culture in New York City is the same as the culture in Louisiana? Even if we're just looking at white people? Do you think the Appalachian whites have the same culture as Angelenos? No, ridiculous. What he means, of course, is multiracial. So his statement, there's never been a multiracial society, obviously equally factually incorrect. But it's nonsense. It's Joe Rogan slop. It's meant to appeal to people who have prior beliefs, prior convictions. But yeah, obviously, like again, my main hatred here, I guess, remains towards the Democrats, because right now Tucker Carlson is basically the only person who is pointing out the insane level of deference that everyone has shown towards Israel. The Democrats could do this, but they don't. And as a consequence, if you want somebody to speak truth to power on that specific subject, you have to go to Tucker Carlson. And then people are going to start saying, whoa, Tucker Carlson's more based than I thought. He's not right-wing at all anymore. And then they're going to watch something like this. I know, Monty, you keep saying that. But those are subcultures, not different cultures. Meaningless. Meaningless semantic distinction. Literally not a thing. You could argue that like all different cultures are subcultures of some prior monoculture that encompassed everyone. It doesn't mean anything. Like all Abrahamic cultures are different subcultures. But it's just not true. Culture is and always will be a nebulous term. So is ethnicity. What they're referring to is race.
Americans do you think understand what's actually happening in the world right now?
You know, unfortunately, I think that if you are educated in America, you know, I went to Yale, and so I know a lot of these Ivy League people.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we've been indoctrinated to believe certain values, and these values are not questionable. So for example, there was a court case that went to the Supreme Court.
This is literally verbatim what I heard from the alt-right YouTube channels back like circa 2019. It's actually like point for point the exact same thing, you know? It's being revisited. Like it's like this people credit this guy for being innovative. He's cribbing off of old material here.
About affirmative action at the University of Michigan. And affirmative action is clearly against American values, against the idea of American meritocracy, right? But the Supreme Court said that affirmative action was good because diversity is an inherent good, okay? And it's interesting because if you go to a place like Yale or Harvard or any of these Ivy League schools, there's actually...
I can't believe I have to dust this off again, but like, no, the point of affirmative action was to counter existing discrimination and to encourage meritocracy. The argument was that systemic discrimination against certain groups, like the poor, for example, made it difficult to get the best from the best if they were disadvantaged to begin with. Or in other words, you might have a wealthy child who is like fucking 110 IQ get into Yale rather than a 140 IQ poor kid because the poor kid's too busy working 2 extra jobs to pay for their like mom's medical bills or whatever. The point of affirmative action is to counter existing bias so that you can promote meritocracy. Obviously, again, I feel stupid like bringing it up. It's like, yeah, I don't know. This is for very low IQ people, I suppose. This kind of content. We were literally talking about this earlier. By the way, for some reason, people who complain about affirmative action never complain about the practice that universities have, especially high-end universities like Yale, of giving free ride scholarships to the poor. Interesting, because that is a kind of affirmative action. You all realize that, right? Like giving free rides to people who can't pay because they're poor. You're literally basing off of a demographic characteristic of that person. You're giving them a free ride. Why they have a problem with that? They don't have a problem with that, but they seem to have a problem with like race-based affirmative action, even though the principle is literally the same.
Very little diversity. I'm talking about intellectual diversity.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like there's different skin color, but if you actually look at the ideas that they engage with in a classroom, it's a very conformist setting. So it's one of these.
This guy's Chinese, by the way. As he talks about conformity in education, this guy's Chinese, by the way.
It's great ironies where affirmative action is supposed to bring diversity to the classroom, but if you go to any classroom in an elite setting, it's extremely conformist. You're not allowed to bring up these issues about, you know, population replacement, immigration.
What the fuck do you mean you're not? You're at a university. What me and my stats 101 class? Can we talk about the demographic replacement of white people? No, we're actually going to stick to the curriculum today. Okay. What the fuck? They don't. That's the problem. They don't let you talk about how the Holocaust was faked in your fucking chem classes, you know?
Because then you be called a racist. Because and that's the worst thing to be called, right? I mean, like you're better off being called a pedophile, right? Pedophiles have more rights now than racists.
What does he mean by this? What a fascinating self-inflict. Even Tucker's like, where are we going with this, man?
Unfortunately, it's not just what's happening in current events. It's also what's happening in the classroom and in the popular culture where people are not even allowed to ask questions that are like blindly obvious if you just walk the streets of any, Western city.
You walk the streets of a Western city and you see black people, but at the universities you can't even raise your hand and ask about why not make all white country? Why not make white country all in white? Why not? Professor Jiang, if we were doing the race-based deportations, I know who's up first. That's all I gotta say.
You've lived around the world. I think you're now in China. Does the rest of the world see this more clearly?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not in the West and if you're not subjected to this brainwashing, indoctrination that they feed you in the schools, it's obvious. Again, it's blinding obvious to anyone.
I'm going to close it here because, again, this is like genuinely a waste of my time. Everyone who recommended me this guy or emailed me, you are stupid. And you can fix that. You can correct your own brain with some work. But this is meant to appeal to stupid people like Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan. It's not just that the facts he's issuing are incorrect. It is that his cadence, his delivery, and the way he's presenting his arguments are meant to appeal to stupid people. You have to be intellectually deficient and incurious to be wooed by stuff like this. Even if you were not familiar with any of the facts that he's saying, unfamiliar with American university culture, the way he's presenting his arguments should already make it incredibly obvious. Like it's like a joke, Genuinely, you get more intelligent Nazi propaganda from Tucker Carlson. You get it better from Nick Fuentes. If you're really duped because he's like a humble Chinese professor, like you're actually a simpleton and you shouldn't be allowed to vote. I haven't heard this Nazi propaganda in ages. Debunking Tucker Carlson versus Professor Jiang type shit. All right. Wouldn't want this guy teaching me in high school. I hate the Democrats so much. Yeah, but Vosh reacting to Jiang is hilarious content. It's hilarious to you because maybe you didn't watch my content back in the day, but this is like really boring 101 stuff. Like this is like, to me, this is like, it would be like if I was a professional basketball player and people were really, really entertained by me dunking on like middle schoolers on the court or something. Like, not to talk myself up too much or whatever, but this is genuinely really boring and poorly. Like, almost every Nazi YouTuber that I responded to did a better job making these points. He's incoherent. He's all over the place. He's not selling the point very well. He's just this gesture. At the universities, they don't even let you talk about demographic replacement. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not substantiated at all. It's meaningless. It's meaningless. The long 2016. He'll probably be irrelevant in 6 months. Maybe not. We do live in the bad timeline. That's a shot. Enhanced role for immigration officers at U.S. airports has shut down, frustrates travelers and screeners. Yeah, my understanding right now is that every single American airport is completely blocked up. because of TSA shortages, because they're not getting paid. They haven't been getting paid for a while. Look at that, man. Fuck that. JFK Airport. So yeah, they're sending ICE agents to replace TSA agents. Isn't that funny? Failing state. So be careful at airports. Trump said he's sending ICE agents to U.S. airports as some air travelers face longer security lines due to partial government shutdown. On Monday, ICE will be going to airports to help our wonderful TSA agents who have stayed on the job, despite not getting paid for 6 weeks. Unclear duties for ICE agents. Duties. Confused Secretary of Transport tries to justify this as smart somehow. Oh, please.
A while ago this morning posted this saying on Monday, ICE will be going to airports to help our wonderful
ICE is getting paid. TSA is not.
TSA agents. Is that really the plan? Are we going to see ICE officers manning those airport security checkpoints?
Well, I would say that, you know, one of the leverage points that Iran has is trying to drive up the price of oil. It's leverage. Democrats want to see long lines at airports as leverage. President Trump's trying to take that leverage away and not make the American people suffer. So TSA agents are law enforcement. They know how to pat people down. They know how to run the X-ray machines because they are, again, under Homeland Security with TSA. So if we can bring in other assets and tools to assist TSA to get rid of these lines, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And the president's looking around every corner to make sure the American people don't suffer during the shutdown.
Now, and I understand ICE and TSA are both under DHS, but obviously greatly affect what you're doing at the Department of Transportation Airport. And I saw the president just a short while ago this morning posted this saying on Monday, ICE will be going to airports.
Sorry, I was looking at a link. PSA, if you're flying out of LaGuardia today, the TSA line is now so long it is spilled outside of the airport. They're having passengers queue outside on the sidewalk. Good Lord. Atlanta. Neat. Another from LaGuardia. Sheesh. Only going to get worse as fuel prices continue to go up. CEOs of multiple airlines have already essentially said, like, we literally cannot make money off of existing flight prices at, like, considering the hike in fuel prices. It's literally not possible. Like, the prices have to go up. They might have to cancel flights, have everyone rebook. Why aren't Democrats in every news network blaming Trump for this? Do we even have Democrats? I don't know. I never see them. They never talk. What do they do? Does this affect international zones or just American? This affects everyone on Earth. I think Chris Murphy tweets sometimes. That's genuinely, that's pretty much the extent of my engagement with the Democratic Party. Yeah, Chris Murphy tweets sometimes. That pretty much sums it up. And God bless him for it. Trying to find the article that I saw. United trimming flights. Fuel costs go higher. About 3 points off flying in off-peak periods. No, I saw another one. Oh yeah, here we go. The reality is jet fuel prices have more than doubled in the last 3 weeks, Kirby told employees. If prices stayed at this level, it would mean an extra $11 billion in annual expenses just for jet fuel. For perspective, in United's best year ever, we made less than $5 billion. Sheesh. Airlines are heavily subsidized and run on incredibly thin margins. Flying ain't their real business anyway. It's their bonus programs. Yeah, but like, if they were losing money on the flying, they're gonna have to raise prices. They should raise prices anyway. Airline tickets are way too cheap. It's like a toxic downstream incentive. You know, they're overly subsidized. Maybe we'd build some fucking trains if we allowed airline prices to reach like a more natural equilibrium. It was said concerning the low profit of $5 billion. $5 billion is an incredibly low profit margin for fucking United Airlines. That is an unbelievably low margin. That's like your profit margin is like razor thin. It's like 1% of your expenses. Is that profit or revenue? Profit. United Airlines profit margins. Yeah. A full year 2025 pre-tax margin of 7.3%. Which is not a lot. Also, I believe that is a relatively good margin. Yeah, that is a relatively good margin. Net profit margin tends to hover around 5%, it looks like. Yeah, around 5% down here. Yeesh. Planes are expensive to buy and upkeep. I'm just hearing this. Yeah, the COVID mark on every graph made now is pretty funny. Can't wait to see what happens to all the private jet owners. I mean, they're fine. Fuel prices don't affect you that much when you're a billionaire, right?
President Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, "If the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before." Now, in a subsequent post, he said that he instructed ICE agents to be ready by Monday. And now the president is saying that you, sir, are going to be in charge. How is that going to work? Are ICE agents going to move into American airports starting tomorrow, Monday?
Yes. And I'm currently working on the plan now of execution, working with the director of ICE and the administrator at TSA, the acting administrator. So we'll put together a plan today and we'll execute tomorrow.
Okay, so there are a lot of questions here. First of all, are ICE agents even remotely trained to handle security at airports?
Fucking nope. the average ICE agent would flip the fuck out over the stress of an airport environment. You better take their guns away, or they're going to start blind firing into the security line.
ICE agents receive a high level of training. And, you know, the ICE agents are assigned at many airports across the country already. They do a lot of criminal investigation on smuggling at airports.
Yeah, in a policing sense, not in a fucking line management sense.
You know, there's got TSA agents covering exits, you know, people that enter through the exits. You know, certainly a highly trained ICE law enforcement officer can cover an exit, makes people don't go through those exits, entering the airport through the exits, and that stuff like that relieves that TSA officer to go to screening and to reduce those lines. So wherever we can provide extra security, I don't see an ICE agent looking at an X-ray machine because they're not trained in that. There are certain parts of security that TSA is doing that we can move them off those jobs and put them in the specialized jobs, help move those lines.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. So what you're saying is when you move ICE into airports, they're going to be just around the exits and the exteriors. They're not going to be helping people get through the lines and screening people's bags.
Those discussions are going on now. I'm not expert at TSA, so that's why I'm talking to the TSA administrator and the ICE director, find out where we can fit in. We'll have a plan by the end of today where we're sending what airports we're starting with and where we're sending them. But that's the discussion we're having right now. I mean, I ended the discussion to do the show, and I'll be back having those discussions when I finish. So it's a work in progress, but we will be at the airports tomorrow helping TSA move those lines along.
And I know you said it's a work in progress, but at least at the beginning, are there specific airports that you're thinking about starting with? And how many ICE agents are you considering deploying to do this?
Again, that's going based on discussions we're having today. I think we need to, my opinion is that—
I don't know, it doesn't really sound to me like this shit's happening tomorrow.
We concentrate on the airports where the longest waits are. We prioritize those. The large airports where there's a long wait, like 3 hours. I think we got to prioritize what we do like we do everything else. So, again, having those discussions, continued discussions after the show with the leadership of those agencies will lead us to some decisions based on prioritization, where we deploy, how quick we deploy, how many agents we deploy. So. Right. Hopefully we'll have all those answers here by this afternoon, but we're working on it, and when we deploy tomorrow, we'll have a well-thought-out plan to execute.
With respect, if you're doing this in 24 hours, how well thought out could it possibly be?
Again, ICE has been at airports across the country for a long time. It's just expanding those things. Look, how much of a plan does it mean to guard an exit to make sure no one comes through that exit? And I mean, we're talking
how hard could it be? Literally, dude, how hard could, come on. It's like, fine.
Security options, and these officers are well trained in security, and they're well trained in identification. And look, we're going to do what we can to help TSA move those people through the line.
And last question on this, because this is important, and I realize that this is clearly a plane that you're creating while it's in the air here, but this is a question that a lot of people are asking. Is it just going to be crowd control, or will ICE officers also be doing immigration enforcement while they are at the airports?
We do immigration enforcement at airports all the time. So is that going to change? It's not going to change. This is about helping the men and women at TSA. They've lost several hundred employees. The lines are really slow because of the shutdown. This is about going to helping TSA do their mission and get the American public through that airport as quick as they can. Well, adhering to all the security guidelines and the protocols, we're simply there to help TSA do their job in areas that don't need their specialized expertise, such as, screening through the X-ray machine. Not training that, we won't do that. But there are roles we can play to release TSA officers from.
Why do they all sound so dumb? Yeah, it's such a whiplash after listening to the foreign minister of Iran speak for 20 minutes. Just a reminder. failed state.
The non-significant roles, such as guarding an exit, so they can get back to the scanning machines and move people quicker. And we're just simply helping our fellow officers at TSA.
I'm going to bring in my panel now to respond to that. Welcome, one and all. Congressman Kiley, I should say the last time you were on the show, you were a Republican. Since then, you've switched your party affiliation to independent as you try to work through the redistricting in your home state of California. What do you think about the idea of sending ICE to airports?
Well, the lines that people are having to deal with are a problem, a big problem. So, you know, anything we can do to make travel a little more seamless right now, I think is fine. But that is a very temporary and not ideal solution. What we need to do is fund the Department of Homeland Security. That'll get our TSA agents paid. That'll get our Coast Guard paid. That'll get FEMA funded. And we can do this in a way that reaches a bipartisan compromise around this issue related to ICE. I think there are common sense reforms that both sides can support. But having an unfunded Department of Homeland Security at a moment when we have this heightened threat environment in the United States, it is absolutely unacceptable, and it is such a clear example of how Congress is broken in so many ways.
Congresswoman Dingell?
Well, I agree with you that Congress is broken, but here's the fact of the matter. I have a lot of questions about what he said. Are they going to be wearing masks? What are the functions that they're going to be performing? Are they going to make it more?
I want to know whether they're going to be wearing masks, too. That's actually one of my main questions. You know? I'm very curious. Bipartisan support. No. He's a hack. That piece of shit, the one who's switched to independent so that he can survive the California redistricting, fuck him.
Complicated? Are people going to be more scared? Are they going to threaten people? Are people going to start to see people not even willing to travel because they're intimidated by them? Here's the reality. We could settle this tomorrow and fund TSA, FEMA, which, by the way, got gutted a year ago, not in this funding of Homeland Security by DOJ, and fund the Coast Guard and deal with the ICE issue, which has to...
He said he might caucus with the Dems for what it's worth. He's a fucking snake. Also, I heard the opposite. I heard that he'll continue to be caucusing with the Republicans. He's just trying to survive the redistricting. He doesn't believe in anything other than the fucking lobbying job he's going to net $400K a year from after he's done serving, 2 or maybe 3 terms as a California rep.
Be dealt with front and center.
Yeah, look, I think I associate myself with the gentleman's from California's comments, right? I think he's spot on. Look, Congresswoman, Tom Homan was up on the Hill negotiating, trying to get this bill passed in the Senate. You've seen the White House give on lots of things, cameras, identification on ICE. The White House has given and given and given. Fact of the matter is Chuck Schumer is just a chicken shit, I'll say it, because he's concerned that he's not going to be the majority leader, doesn't want to pass anything that doesn't just blow up ICE. And so that's why we're stuck here. It's not anything to do. Everybody knows what has to be done. Chuck Schumer won't allow it to be done in the Senate. And that's where we are. American people, call the Senate, complain to Chuck Schumer, tell him to pass the bill now.
That's not
100% true, 100% accurate.
Well, I like to align myself with the Congresswoman. Surprise, surprise. Look, in what world do you think it's really a good idea for ICE to be at airports? In what world do you think the American public actually want that? When they have seen how ICE has behaved in cities, Republican and Democrat, Donald Trump and this administration is underwater with their immigration policies. Yes, they like how the border is being handled. They do not like how ICE is in their cities, and they sure won't like how ICE...
Well, actually, people don't like how the border is being handled right now either. It's pretty bad across the board in terms of Trump's approval.
Be in their airports, especially when they're still going to have to wait in line with them there and them being fearful. This is not good politically. This is not good policy, and this is not good politically. That's my free advice. But the reality is, the reason what the Congresswoman was saying is, I think Americans are just like, can we let's take this piecemeal. TSA, pass it. If you obstruct TSA, I will have a problem with you. I don't think anybody on our side would actually obstruct it. Let's fund FEMA. No, we all have Schumer. I would not fund, not
supported
oppose
bills.
That.
We've got a discharge petition to fund the other 3. And are you going to? I want to give you one simple issue: the Constitution. Do you believe in the Constitution?
Of course I do.
And warrants? Do you not?
Oh no! Hold on. No, the warrant issue is completely that's a red herring because
no, it's not.
Yes,
this is something I don't understand. Trump's doing exactly what a campaign of the border issue. Why is he unpopular on it? Because people are unbelievably stupid. Because we are fucking retards. Because it's unconscionable and democracy doesn't work. And we shouldn't have a democracy. We already basically don't. We just shouldn't. America would be better in every sense if it was run in an authoritarian fashion, as through like the Chinese Communist Party. It would be vastly superior to what we have now. What we have now is basically just a stupider version of an authoritarian government.
Ma'am, the Constitution has, these immigration officials, when they're going in these specific things, there are administrative procedures that allow them to go in. They're not going in without authorization. There's there's law that allows them to do this without a warrant in those instances.
And they're shooting Americans.
ICE agents here. Tom Homan.
Is that what you're advocating for, though? I legitimately do not believe. I used to think that bourgeois democracy was still democracy and was better than authoritarianism, and I'm genuinely like being pulled back on that. We are right now hedging like global economic collapse and World War III. Not necessarily World War III, but like at the very least, like massive regional conflict in the Middle East, because everyone in charge right now is retarded and voted for by retards. Democracy didn't really save us here, you know? Like, if the population is so suffused with disinformation, you're basically not getting the outcomes you want. We're democracy in like the limited sense, but we're not getting the benefits. We're not getting the benefits of a democracy. The whole point of a democracy is that the voting of the people it's supposed to represent the broader political will. Like, there's supposed to be some kind of connection between the will of the people and their interests, their self-interest, and what gets done in government. But right now there's like none. There's basically none. So like, I don't know. At least the Chinese seem interested in state building, right? Like the America has been completely hollowed out by private equity type the investment, where we're basically just the stock market and nothing else. At least China builds stuff. Sorry, I disagree. The solution's better democracy, not authoritarianism. Yeah, no shit. But we don't have a better democracy right now. Why keep dancing around it and not commit to the bit and go full tanky? You people don't know enough about the world to use terms like this. Like if you think that I would start playing defense for the Soviet Union. I guess my point is that our democracy has been manipulated, molested, you might say, to the point where the outcomes that it's producing have essentially nothing to do with democracy. So, like, we're democratic only in the sense that democracy is the vehicle for the authoritarianism that we live under. Does that make sense? What about vanguardism broadly? Fuck vanguardism, dude. Are you kidding me? In order to achieve a proletarian state, we need to create a distinct class of people with their own material interests, and they should be in charge of everything. Only they can achieve a proletarian state. Why, yes, I am familiar with Marx's writings on how the predominant ideology is the bourgeois ideology, and classes serve their own interest, and that if you create a disparate class with disparate interests, they're likely to create a state that reflects their own interests rather than those of the proletariat. Why do you ask?
Barack Obama gave Tom Homan an award. Tom Homan is going to run this professionally. He's trying to help Americans get to where they're doing, eliminate the lines, alleviate American suffering. ICE isn't going to be there. The ICE
but he said he wasn't changing any policy.
So on this warrant issue, I'll say that I actually voted for a judicial...
The elite don't have our interest. The elite don't have our interest, but the elite didn't used to have the same kind of capture they have over DC. And also, the elite used to at least be interested in the strength of the country they occupied. Now, because capital is international, the ruling class of America do not give a shit about America. Like the oligarchs, the tech CEOs, the investment firms, the hedge funds, whatever, they don't give a fuck, dude, because to them, America is just one blob of resources to pull wealth from and sort of coagulate in the speculative market. It's a consequence of over-financialization. There's nothing physical that they're interested. They don't give a fuck if the physical world rots away. The abstract representation of wealth that the stock market is and upholds is what's important to them. They will remove the physical if it substantiates the immaterial. It didn't used to be like that. It used to be like if a guy got wealthy building train yards or whatever, you know, it mattered if the trains and the railroads and the train yards and so on functioned and worked, because their wealth was built on the real world and its production. Other than noticing inadequacies of the system we have, which are indeed troubling and teetering, how is installing some new authoritarian leader a solution to this? I didn't say we should install an authoritarian leader. My argument, I guess, is that the artifices of democracy are now a weapon to be used against us. It's basically like one order out from civility politics. Just as people emphasize civility politics as a way of maintaining decorum, i.e., adherence to the status quo, the artifices of democracy are now a multi-layered labyrinthine net of bullshit rules that apply only in one direction and serve ultimately to reify the class interests of those in charge. It's always been like that to an extent. I just think it's gotten really bad lately, you know? Like democracy is a magic button where somehow 0% of Americans should believe in us giving Israel infinite money and weapons to destroy the world, but for some reason, all of our politicians do. Democracy is a transfiguration machine. It's a transmogrifier. It's a box, and you put public will in one end, and then through this complicated internal mechanism that involves the consultancy class and lobbying and state-run media like Fox News, capital-run media, people like Barry Weiss, who are very obvious in what they do, but they're not doing anything fundamentally different to what the rest of the media does. And then the output is, we have to support our troops. The output is Americans only caring about the consequences of our actions if it affects our gas prices. My main gripe with your point is that any attempt to replicate China's system in the US will fail because it'll be filled with retarded Americans in charge. Yeah, of course. Like, you can't trust Americans with anything. I agree with that, yeah. We wouldn't be able to maintain the Chinese bureaucracy because we would just be stupider than them on every level. Every state bureaucrat at every level would be lower IQ than their Chinese equivalent, so everything would fall apart. How about a monarchy? No. Is there any systematic way to turn this around that we can actually engage in? That's a very complicated question. I think the problem is that right now we have built a system where every path to power is okay. Again, the point that I keep making lately, because it's really on my mind, is that it used to be the ultimate limit for every government was they had to contend with reality. If a government got too high on their own supply, if they got too irrational, corrupt, inefficient, or whatever else, they would fall. Like the French aristocracy, like the Roman Empire, like everything. If a government gets too inefficient, ineffective, distant from reality, eventually it'll fall, because reality is what it's up against, no matter how powerful the empire. America has been operating like a late-stage empire, in the sense that we have basically unlimited power, so much so that our ruling class has forgotten that there is a material reality they have to contend with. Trump every day wipes his ass with the law, with economic theory, with the world, and it doesn't matter. He insults every country on earth, and they just keep coming back to lap it all up. Why? Because the business owners that rule them are also in line with us and with Trump. Like, European leaders can't do shit about us because they're beholden to the same economic interests as us. So at the end of the day, the people who really run the world, the people who actually have a say in how this all plays out, they don't mind Trump. They love Trump. The instability that Trump creates is theirs to profit from. They love the insider trading. They love the regional instability. They love the keen investments. They love the fact that they get to be the only inside group in a global scheme of destabilization. They love that. It reifies their power. They love that shit. They love it. They love it so much. And all our democracy seems to have done is provide a legitimizing mechanism to this process. It is a fact that America is ruled by pedophile, rapist oligarchs who are openly, knowingly, consciously destroying the country for personal gain. It is a fact that the so-called opposition party, the Democrats, are at best comedically ineffective and at worst openly complicit in this. Both of these things are facts. All democracy has done is make this seem legitimate. And yet somehow our leaders are objectively stupider and less competent than leaders in far less democratic countries. Not just China. What about Iran? I would absolutely, in a brain-mugging contest, put Iranian leadership up against our leaders. Easily Iran. Easily, without question. Because Iran faces threats. Iran has to promote their good people. Not good morally, but good as in, like, competent, you know? Our leaders are insanely fucking stupid, illiterate, pedophilic, whatever, compared to the rest of the world. I'm not making moral considerations here. I'm saying factually, this is what happens in a late-stage empire. Corruption, it wallows. There's no longer a reason to be competent. The only job of a politician is to be an administrator for a system that transfers wealth upwards, right? So they don't have anything else to worry about. American leadership doesn't have to worry about being killed if they do their job badly. Iranian leadership does. So inevitably, right, we decay. They seem more competent than us. That's why we're losing right now in the Middle East. I don't know. It's just sickening to think about. It's a downward spiral and I don't see an end to it. Eventually, we will run up against reality hard enough that there will be some kind of paradigm shift and maybe people will reevaluate. After all, the fall of the Roman Empire didn't end the world, right? It ended the Roman Empire. But the Roman Empire took different shapes and forms. The Byzantine Empire, for a while, was ruled by competent people. The eastern and western parts of the Roman Empire, Italy still exists today. Rome still exists. It's a beautiful place. I hear it's lovely this time of year. The world isn't ending. America ending is not the world ending. But the American Empire, I do feel like we're reaching a paradigm shift. It's not just America, though. Because the capital interests, they run across the world, you know? It's a global order that we can't disentangle ourselves from because every country, except for like North Korea, is caught in it. Yeah, everyone's going down with the ship. So you're saying the problem is not the system, it's the American people? Long have I been an advocate for the great wisdom. My enemy is not the American ruling class. Instead, I wish death upon the American people. No, it's not. The system produced these outcomes. The system made this what it is. And by the way, in terms of like what dictates the outcomes that come from this country, in terms of what leads to the environmental outcomes that we see, democracy, I think, has a minimal impact compared to capitalism. I think the overwhelming power of the people with da money, of financialization, of the private equity-esque attitude we've taken towards gutting our own institutions, I think all of those that's just capitalism, baby. That's not democracy. Nobody's voting for those things specifically. It just happens anyway. You know? And now, just to catch everyone up to reality, the segment we're watching right now on CNN is a conversation, well, it's a panel on the conversation that they had with the deportation czar, immigration czar, Tom Homan, where we are sending masked thugs, a paramilitary brown shirt club, to replace civil servants, the TSA, in our airports to deal with lines that are growing too large because of fuel price hikes following our illegal bombing of Iran, which has led to a global fuel shortage and the greatest oil shock in history. And our solution to this, in part, is to send the aforementioned brown shirts in to act as de facto security, which we need to do because the TSA aren't getting paid because Congress can't do anything, and Republicans would rather allow the TSA to continue to not be paid than cut any funding from ICE. So, like, that's the world we're in. That's just a reminder of where we are. Everything that I just described would have been unthinkable 15 years ago. Every chain together. Does this not feel a little dejecting to say that democracy is kind of irrelevant? Democracy is absolutely kind of irrelevant in America today. all the shit we're doing has nothing to do with the material interests of the common people. Nothing. There's no connection. Venezuela, no connection. Cuba, no connection. Iran, no connection. Israel, no connection. None of this has anything to do with changing the lives or the circumstances of the people in this country. Hell, I would even argue stuff like the mass deportations from ICE weren't either. They were just a cynical hack attempt from capitalists to throw some red meat at the Republican voting bloc, which is, of course, bloodthirsty and inhuman. The cattle needed something to chew on while they could, so they're distracted from the gutting of the country. So I would argue, no, like the democracy is just the legitimizing mechanism. The democracy is the function. It's the operating system through which we are running the oligarchical software, I guess, which doesn't mean the democracy is irrelevant. If every single American today suddenly became a socialist and voted in all the right people in the next elections, things would change, but they won't. And that's because of the system. Like, saying that America is fundamentally better because it's a democracy is like pointing at a computer with child porn on it and being like, dude, it's not an issue. The computer could run anything. It just happens to have child porn on it. What's the problem? You could literally like change the outcome. Like one might say that the outcome is the purpose of the system a little bit. The purpose of the system is its outcome. I feel like you're missing the forest for the trees, I guess. I argue the democracy isn't the legitimizing element. It's still an obstruction and they don't want it. I think that, and this I think, in my opinion, is the big split between the oligarchs and the corporatists. I get your point, bad analogy. I don't care. If you understood it, then it was a fine analogy. You're just whining. The big split between the oligarchs and the corporatists is the corporatists were smart enough to understand that keeping the status quo was a way of continuing the system, continuing the legitimization of this process of wealth extraction. The oligarchs, who are greedy and stupid and a product of the system the corporatists built, believe they can do away with the artifice. You know what I mean? The oligarchs are stupid enough to think like, we don't need all these complicated legitimizing systems. We can just do it directly, man. Like Alex Karp and the Palantir people, Sam Altman, OpenAI, they're all really open about this. They're like, we're basically headed towards like a techno dystopian monarchical state anyway, so we might as well act like it. We might as well be open. They don't see a value in maintaining the illusion of a functioning democracy. Ramble.
Warrant requirement in order to enter homes. I've also voted to say we should have agreements so that ICE is not operating near child care centers or near schools. I think, and I've also supported, by the way, though, making sure that local jurisdictions honor detainer requests when they come for ICE for people who have committed crimes in addition to be in the country illegally. So I think that is the sort of compromise we need around this issue. I think that the things I just listed are supported by the vast majority of Americans. And so we need Congress to come together to reflect where...
I don't know if this is an indictment of the democratic system when the checks and safeguards of the systems are being circumvented or flatly ignored. If the system has safeguards that can be circumvented or ignored, that's a problem with the system. If you elect in politicians who are obviously stupid and evil because half of America has capital-backed media lying to them nonstop, that is a systemic failure. It is a systemic failure that capitalism allows all media in this country to be ruled by like 4 people, all of whom fuck children. That is a systemic failure. If you allow capitalists, the capital class, to buy media and therefore buy people's opinions, then you can't be surprised when this you produce anti-democratic outcomes. Like, that is part of the system. Oh, guys, we have a democracy. One person, one vote. Also, everyone's opinions, from their textbooks to the news media they watch, can be bought up by like 3 people. Bit of a contradiction there. No disagreement, but I'm having trouble identifying a political system which is immune to human motive subversion. There's a difference between human motive subversion, which is unavoidable, and we will allow 5 people to own all media in the country. That's the capital class. It's not just human motive, it's that they have a distinct capital interest. In this case, subverting democracy in favor of oligarchy.
What the American people are asking.
And if anybody thinks that ICE is going to be with masks and like they're going to be they look like
How do we know?
TSA agents.
We don't know though.
Okay, well,
He told me
show up at DSA tomorrow, DCA tomorrow. I'll be there tomorrow.
But listen, this is the thing. It's like, this is also what blew my mind this Sunday morning is he's like, we haven't figured out the plan. We'll figure it out by tonight. Do you know how many airports are in America? Do you know how much?
Or which ones we're even going to?
They don't
or
know
how
yet.
much
I'm sure
training
Tom Bowman knows.
these ICE agents should have before they actually go out? What are we doing?
President Trump has said that if this is not resolved, he's sending ICE to the airports to fill in for TSA. Now, I'm not asking you to comment on the political element of this.
Why not?
But what's the training necessary to do that job effectively? How long does it take? How involved is it?
So to become a TSO, we have to go to FLETC, Federal Law Enforcement Training Camp. That's about 2 to 3 weeks, depending on your program. And then afterwards, you have about 2 additional months of training on the floor. We learn X-ray operations. We learn how to work, our walkthrough, metal detectors. There's a lot of ins and outs of becoming a TSO. Those officers are not trained to do so. They're ICE. They're federal law enforcement in a different spectrum.
And so what's your degree of concern if that is what it comes to, that there will be ICE officers there doing the job of trained TSOs?
That's not a systemic failure. It's a user error. You think it's a user error that the laws this country has allowed a very small number of people with very obviously evil beliefs to rule all media and control people's opinions? You think that's just user error? You're literally saying the system didn't fail us, we failed the system. Ridiculous.
I think it's going to be terrible in all retrospects because, one, the fear-mongering, the aggression, they're cops at the end of the day. That's a whole other type of training. We're taught to be more so customer-friendly. We're taught to be more so understanding of people's concerns. Law enforcement, that's not their realm.
Let me ask you, it's a peculiar question to ask as we're talking about people who are not being paid, but I read that you did this because you wanted to serve your country. Do you miss it? Do you miss the job?
Absolutely, I do. I miss the purpose.
Many travelers are suffering at the airport today as security.
We're thinking about coming to this airport, giving away free food. There's a line.
Ends. Border Patrol. How did TSA...
This is very doomer pilling. It's pretty, it sucks, I guess, that we had to see the decline, the imperial decline, If we were born in, 1932 or something, we probably would have, our whole lives been like, up and up. But, it has to come down eventually. I don't know if it's going to come down in my lifetime. It kind of feels like it is right now, but I don't know. What's the difference between Xi Jinping and an emperor in terms of how his job actually rolls out? Well, I'm not an expert in the subject, but I'm pretty sure that Xi Jinping is basically like the ultimate bureaucrat. He's the head of state, of course, but also he's has like a managerial job. An emperor usually is a symbolic ruler with ultimate authority, but the actual day-to-day decision making is handled by people beneath him. He probably has fewer concubines than an emperor does, but I could be wrong on that. That might not be true. He's in for life. Xi Jinping? Yeah, that is true. That is one way in which he is similar to an emperor. It is a fact that Xi Jinping is a better ruler for China than Trump is for America, but that's a pretty low bar. I guess I would argue that like Xi Jinping in his lifetime has secured a greater degree of political and material development in China than American leadership has in the past 20 or so years over here. All America has done in the past 20 years has seen its institutions, its physical world gutted in favor of financialization, which Xi has tried to prevent to an extent, though China is also capitalist and therefore eventually will be, you know, subsumed by the same interests, I think, unless something changes. So China's winning? China's objectively winning on the global stage right now. Absolutely. Take a look at changing graph over time of which country the respondent trusts more, America or China. Over time, more of the world has shifted towards China as America has grown increasingly erratic. Canada is getting tighter with China. That's true, Masaigo. Yeah. Senior American officials in recent days have told their counterparts in Israel and other countries the U.S. will be forced to launch a ground operation to capture Karg Island, the primary oil export. According to two sources familiar with the details who spoke to Israel's I-24 News. Of course, this information would break first on Israeli news. Phenomenal. Well, we'll see if it happens. Vosh, the person you responded to in YouTube chat, is a monarchist who thinks their divine rule of kings follows from their paganism. I can't speak to the mental illness of people that I respond to. I just see text and I respond to it. I will say, though, that the reason Xi Jinping is a good ruler is precisely because he's not an emperor. Monarchy is an inefficient system because you're telling people that they have a right to rule just because of their bloodline. You're not, for one, there's no meritocratic element to it, and two, you're not providing a good incentive structure. That's why, like, over time, inevitably, like, basically every good monarch was actually just passive and compliant as the people beneath them did the real work. Historically, good monarchs, like monarchs who actually did the leading themselves, incredibly rare, because you're literally just selecting for a random fucking guy, a random rich guy. Usually the good, successful, stable monarchies had an aristocratic class or like advisors or whoever else who did the real work. The monarchs were just symbolic. Xi Jinping is a bureaucrat. I mean, he's a very powerful bureaucrat, but his his incentive structure is responsive to the needs of the Chinese state, or his perceived needs of the Chinese state. You know, of course, he's not omniscient. That's true, Monastic, yeah. He does have a cult of personality? Yeah, for sure he does. I feel like you're misreading a bit here, Vosh. I think monarchs did take an active role historically if you go back to like the Middle Ages. No, I know that. I'm saying that when we think of the good monarchs in history, it's usually their underlings doing the work. When monarchs made big sweeping totalitarian decisions, like I'm not going to be responsive to the wishes of the people beneath me, I'm just going to do my own changes, they were usually fucking insane. Monarchs have usually just been the head of state, a legitimizing mechanism, the divine right to rule. Here is unambiguously the guy meant to lead, but the real people in charge are the people beneath him, because a king doesn't bother with every little bureaucratic decision made in his kingdom. The king is just there to be a show of force, to rally soldiers to his cause, to make sure people are paying their taxes, that kind of stuff, you know. The authority figure around which power orbits. But just because power orbits around the king doesn't necessarily mean that it's the source of it. I don't know what the fuck is going on in YouTube chat. Wasn't the aristocracy almost always the most powerful class in a monarchy, less the king? Yeah, usually. If you're gonna cover Cuba, fuck, I completely fucking forgot to cover Cuba. We rambled like crazy today. I'll keep this interview up for tomorrow. They're saying Israel just bombed one of our bases. Based? Okay, and by they, what you mean is a random guy on Twitter with no source. Seriously? They're saying? Is this the level of journalistic credulity we're engaging in? Can I get another source on this? This came from 9:20 a.m. It's been like 5 hours. Never mind, Vosh. Incredible source, my bad. Yeah. I want to see more Sages. Sag harder. USS Liberty posting. We ran out of time, like, really quickly today. Let me look around and see if there's something that I can cover relatively quickly. I just completely... Let me see. Housing market demand is collapsing. JJK posting. Hassan posting. Gotta watch the new JJK. Somebody's butt. Somebody's butt. Trump posting. Yeah, I don't know, man. It all seems pretty, all quiet on the Western Front, kind of. Yeah, I haven't seen the new Contra video. Mamdani fills holes. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard rumors. What about the new Invincible season? I just can't with the animation, man. I know it's a crazy thing to get annoyed by, but it's fucking wild that there are like year and a half long gaps between each season, and each season looks worse than any standard seasonal anime. And they spend so much money on it too. It's insane to me. I don't know where the fuck that money goes. They spend all their money on fucking voice actors. Stop dropping so much money on voice actors. Do you hold JoJo to that standard? I don't think that's comparable. David Productions produces way more, way faster. It's much more interesting and entertaining to look at, and there's less money going into it. Far less money. How much? Hold on. 1 second. Fucking Invincible season budget. Invincible season 4 had a significant budget. They don't disclose this stuff. Some reports suggest a measly 10 to 12 million was allocated for animation in some seasons, with a substantial portion of the overall budget going to the voice actors. Really embarrassing. I think it's embarrassing. According to Masamune Sakaki, a CG creator in the anime industry, the average 13-episode anime season costs around $2 million to make. Meanwhile, Invincible cost 4 or 5 times that, and looks worse. rough estimates. Why is so much Western animation convinced that getting big names is more important than the animation itself? Because in the West, animation is thought of still as like a kids thing, which is why 90% of animated television shows are adult comedies, or like that aren't for children, are adult comedies that are contemptible and you know, not meant to be taken seriously. They don't really treat it as like a legitimate art form. There are some that do, of course. I don't know, fucking Scavenger's Reign. The animators for the Castlevania series on Netflix, very, very, very good talent there. There are plenty that buck the trend, but I think that like Invincible is a great example of, well, this is animation, but it's meant for normies, so the animation isn't what matters. What we really need is really fucking top tier voice actors. By which we mean expensive voice actors, not good voice actors. What are we arguing about? A lot of anime is unwatchable trash. Yes, but Invincible is just too expensive. That's my point, basically. Ay, ay. Russia's going through it right now? Longtime pro-Putin blogger published a tirade against the Russian president. Now he's in a psychiatric hospital. That's so funny. Published a Telegram post called 5 Reasons Why I Stopped Supporting Vladimir Putin. Days later, he was reported to have been hospitalized at a St. Petersburg psychiatric facility. Oh my god. That is very Russian. This guy was heavily involved with the government, harassing Navalny for them for years. Yeah, I don't really care if anything bad happens to him, I guess. He was a dog of the state for years, and he finally bucked with it, and now instantly he's getting windowed. Like, I don't know. Why does he look like he's 15 but also 40? All Russians look like that? No, I think typically Russian 15-year-olds just look 40. I'll read donos soon. But in the meantime, is there anything I can... The Cuba stuff is going to take too long to go over. Also, it's fucking depressing. Let me see if there's anything else. What the fuck is this? A pilot paid tribute to the 3 Ohio National Guardsmen who were among the 6 killed in the refueling aircraft crash in western Iraq. What the fuck? Good bit. Oh, you haven't seen it? No, I haven't seen this. Dubai real estate 60% down. This is not 60%. What version, what numbers are we using? This is from 16,800 down to 11,000. That's not 60%. I hate you. God, I hate every... Ugh. %60 of something. That's different. Also, who would say down 60% of what it was? That's a different metric. That's completely different. It's similarity only in the fact that both are numbers. I'm mad today. Do I invest in Dubai real estate or chocolate? I'd go with chocolate. We're all mad today? We're all mad today. It's fine. All right, are we good? Are there any other... I feel like chat was annoying today. Maybe I'm just being irritable. Are there any other pointers chat wants to run through? Any bait you want to post? Get mad at me? Get me mad? Either way, both? 6, 7? Have you been following the Afterman lawsuit? No. I saw a post about it, thought it was funny. That's it. Ain't got shit for you, dog. That's probably good. What do you think about the Byzantine Empire? I think Byzantine is a very cool word. Don't you agree? It just has a lot of sauce. Does anyone else feel like it's really weird? And I'm leading the question because we know the answer and we know why. Does anyone else feel like it's really weird and kind of surreal that gas prices are higher than they've ever been and the media is just not talking about it? Like during the inflation bubble under Biden, which hit the entire world, by the way, and wasn't caused by anything that Biden did. It hit the whole world. And in fact, we recovered faster than almost every peer country. Non-stop, constant videos and op-eds, every talking head, everywhere, even on MSNBC, CNN, whatever. But now, highest gas prices in history in America right now, essentially, looks like it's only going to be going up directly due to Trump. Complete just straightforward 1-to-1. Everyone's quiet. Seriously, the only acknowledgement of this I see is on social media. And every once in a while in AP articles like the rising price of gas. None of the outrage, none of the indignation. It's directly Trump. Well, it's Israel, right? But it's Trump and Israel, one entity. Trump Israel is Trump, you know? All passive language. Just take this as a reminder. Even if we got rid of Trump, even if we got rid of the Republicans, the media is biased towards oligarchy, towards Israel, towards capital consolidation. The media is lying to you in their framing, even so-called centrist or left-wing media, and the problem won't go away until we deal with them too. Because otherwise it's going to be a whole lifetime of this. I am begging the liberals who complained about media bias against Biden, which was real, by the way. It was real. I'm begging for those people to understand the solution here is not just to whine about media, but to recognize that it is a structurally disincentivized. It's built to misinform people, and it will always be like that unless something is done. And this is what happens when you give reign of these corporations to like 5 people who are all evil. How to deal with them too. Current media agencies need to be dissolved. I think that they're accomplices to treason. And I think that the people who own them need to be arrested and put on trial. We need new laws. It should not be legal to run machines that lie to the public. We need to make it more illegal to lie. The world is ending because of this. The deaths that will be... Like, it is insane to me that fossil fuel executives have been lying for decades about climate change, and as a consequence of their lobbying, the Republican Party got on board and then went on to spark a global movement of climate change denialism that is going to lead to, in the long run, hundreds of trillions of dollars of damage and millions of lives lost, which are already racking up. The monetary and human cost of climate change is already stacking. very, very quickly, and it's only going to get worse. And all the people who did this, all the lobbyists and consultants and executives who did this, who lied, knowingly lied, there was no doubt in their minds. They knew they were lying. We know this for a fact. It's not a crime. They just get to do that. I don't think so. Sorry. I'm writing new laws. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't think so. If it's between the ability for the most evil pedophiles on earth to do whatever they want and destroy the planet with no repercussions and the future of the human race, I'm going to choose the future of the human race, in my opinion, personally. I don't know. I think that all life on earth and the spark of sentience in a cold, dark universe, the one little pale blue marble that contains life that we know of, I think that's slightly more important than a bunch of pedophile oligarchs going to jail. I'm sorry. I know it's a radical position that everyone on earth agrees with. But what about the shareholders? What about the shareholders? That's fucking true. That's facts. Glasses from? My glasses? Warby Parker. These gas prices have me feeling insane. All right. We should read some donos before I lose my mind even more. It's a Sunday. It's a relaxing day. We should have played games today, man. We should have played games. The New York Times is the only place I've seen quantified. No. Because this is nothing. I remember what it was like back in 2022, 2023. It wasn't just banal, factual, descriptive posts about how the number is going up. It was a wave of outrage that crossed the entire media sector. Everyone from left to center to right was pumping out constant articles, whatever, on every level, talking about the inflation. It's about the outrage. You know what I mean? It's like Western media might acknowledge when Israel does a war crime, but you could tell the difference between how they cover Israel's behavior in Lebanon versus October 7th. Oh, sure, media covers, it acknowledges that Israel is entering Lebanon, but I think it covered October 7th a little bit differently, didn't it? A little bit of a tone difference. So in a way, Will Stancil was correct that public dissatisfaction was kind of manufactured. Well, of course that's true, but like Will Stancil doesn't agree with what I think is manufactured. Will Stancil's a Zionist. Like Zionism is the most manufactured shit in the world. You're telling me that Americans organically have a super strong position defending the Jewish supremacist fucking ethno state in the Middle East? No, like it's like I obviously I agree that dissatisfaction is manufactured. The problem was never that Biden allowed inflation to get too bad, because Biden wasn't the reason inflation went up. Inflation went up all around the world. Biden wasn't the one that made inflation go up. It was nothing that the Democrats did. It happened everywhere. It can't be the Democrats if it happened everywhere. It wasn't anything that he caused. The problem isn't that the Democrats did wrong. The problem is the Democrats were not able to effectively push against the narrative in the media. And that's because media is captured by right-wing interests, and that's because capital interests are right-wing interests, and that's because the Democrats are the weaker version of the capital class affecting party, you know? Remember COVID? No, I have no memory of what that is. On that subject, yeah. Behold, Western media. Latest attacks in Lebanon leave nearly 400 dead as 2 Israeli soldiers killed. Perfect. Perfect. Picture perfect. It's like this for every one of them. Everyone, tens of thousands of news headlines deliberately structured to look like this. Every single time it's like this, with like basically no exceptions. Which, I mean, you tell me, do you think it's a coincidence that all these different news outlets run by different people all act the same way every time? Or is there some kind of invisible mandate circulating in Western media that dictates how they're allowed to talk about certain issues? It's not just Israel, man. When was the last time you saw widespread media coverage on the over-financialization of America? How often do mainstream news outlets talk about wealth inequality? Sometimes. Gets acknowledged sometimes. I don't see people getting in a big tizzy about it. I guarantee you that there have been more New York Times op-eds on pro-Palestinian students at the University of Columbia in the past couple of years than there have been articles on wealth inequality. But what's the bigger problem to the world? You know? Capital class is laughing at us. They're laughing at us. They're laughing at us and they're fucking kids. God, I hate them. Okay, I need to read donos or I'm never getting out of here. Comrade Snowflake, thank you for the $5. I saw your email. Thank you. Elenita Express, thanks to gifted tier 1 sub. I saw. Oblivious Prince, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Hey, Voosh, been watching you since 2019. Keep up the good work. Damn, long time. Greetings from your client state in the Netherlands now with a new lib government. Yeah. Congratulations on that, by the way. Thank you for the love from the client state. Vent CG and Alia88, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. And Ed Gams, thank you for the $10. Iran has dealt with global sanctions for 47 years, but the globe crumbles after a few weeks of Iranian sanctions. Fucking true. True. Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. I love learning so much. It's part of why I hate AI so much. Hashtag Elden Ring. What the fuck am I looking at?
How does the Crucible Knight hit so far
Why am I looking at this?
behind him during his thrusting attack? You may have seen videos showing how his hand freakishly does a 360 and seemingly hits everything around him, but this is misleading. When the game's running at 30 FPS, this never happens, while at 60, only 1 frame of this motion is simulated. This is because the weird 360 is the result of faulty interpolation between keyframes 33 and 34, which is keyed in 30 FPS. So at double the frame rate, the game will only generate 1 interpolated frame between these two. However, by way of a separate system I call hitbox...
Unironically, we could solve so many weird issues with frame rate bugs in gaming if we just accepted that we don't need anything more than 60 FPS and all gaming was just programmed with that expected FPS. I don't care if you think you can perceive things at 120 FPS. I don't care. You're fake. You're literally delusional. I don't care. 60 is all we need.
interpolation, the game attempts to generate intermediate hitboxes between the hitbox from the frame before.
I'm so tired of the NVIDIA PSYOP where they pay every developer to make every game by default have an uncapped frame rate. So when I'm playing fucking Lethal Company with friends or whatever, I'm running it at 217 frames per second somehow. Like, and it's taking up 1/2 of my computer's resources. Why? Why is it doing that? Why doesn't it start capped at 60 so at the very least you can move it up of your own volition? Why the fuck does it start uncapped?
And the hitbox after. If we render these hitboxes, we can see that it does cover some space, but not nearly enough to explain how he's hitting me in this clip. For this kind of hit to happen, multiple things need to go wrong at once, and normally, 2 out of 3 of those conditions are met. First, the attack needs to have a wonky frame, which it does.
Interesting. I didn't realize that this was a part of frame interpolation, but I have been hit by the Crucible Knight's weird, finicky, sword swing wraparound. Swami, thank you for the $5. Are you Stormcloak or Imperial? Stormcloaks or Chuds. I'm Imperial. Grumples McScrooge, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Who are you losing as the most in Slay the Spire 2? All of them. The Lord Grey, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Curvy Driftwood, thank you for the $20. Palette cleansing news for later. Uh-oh. Model becomes first transgender person to walk Chanel exclusive runway at Paris Fashion Week. Jesus Christ. I mean, she sure looks like a model. I feel like there should be more transgender models because all of them are already 6'2" hyper androgynous. Like you'd think trans women would be dominating the modeling market because like it's like the inroad. You know what I mean? They won't hire us? That's crazy. Well, slay. Oh god, rat fucker gross. They're very common in some places like Rick Owens. That's because Rick Owens is spiritually trans femme. That's not true. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. But like Rick Owens does look like that, you know? The Lord Grey, thank you for the $5. Zionism came through European nationalism and the reflection of manifest destiny, God-given land to removal of the savages. Fall of Israel could undercut that Western strength image. Holy shit. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. People are going to misinterpret this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The ethno-nationalist colonial sentiment that is rooted in Zionism is really not like historically Jewish. Like Jewishness for millennia has been rooted in like tight-knit communities. We have to keep moving because people persecute us, right? We fled from the Holy Land because of the persecution. We are like a permanent diaspora. So the idea of post-World War II, actually, we're the Oorah Jews, and we're going to go on there and no one's ever going to hurt us again. Oorah, everyone join the military. We are going to bomb the shit out of them. This is like very much not characteristic of the historical behavior and cultural preferences of the Jewish diaspora, and much more so of European colonizers. It's absolutely true. I don't believe in like ethnic or cultural prescriptivism or anything. Like obviously being Jewish doesn't innately make you anything, but there is absolutely a shift in how this has been like treated and considered over the past 100 or so years, you know? Carlson and Peters, thank you for the $5. Going crazy listening to people justify this war, so just trying to keep my chin up. Hey, there's a new Digital Circus out that's supposed to be nuts. Yeah, I'm going to watch it. I haven't seen it yet. Amazing Digital Circus is excellent. I see people hate on it online. I don't really know why. It's very, very good. It's well written. It's pretty amazing that like a personal passion project, especially from a trans creator, can go crazy like that. That's really cool. Music Nonstop, thanks the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Kowalski from Nebraska, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Trump's policies have lowered CO2 emissions with flight cancellations in the Middle East and energy shortages. Cuba's off oil now, most pro-environmental president. Too soon with Cuba. Didn't all their people on ventilators die? The whole island's out of power right now. A bunch of people are dying. So their hospitals don't have power. They can't fuel them. They don't even have fuel for like generators. They can't even get off the grid fuel. They have no way of producing electricity in a lot of cases. Really, really grim stuff. But yeah, no. You get me. Bear with a Beard, thanks the tier 1 sub. I love your current jacket, the most of the stuff I've seen. Where'd you get it from? I got it from Mr. Freedom. They're a Los Angeles-based, like, vintage clothing reproduction style clothing store. There's just one store. And their stuff is, I think their stuff in some respects is shockingly inexpensive, like full grain leather jackets for less than $1,000, and in some respects very expensive. So it really just depends on the difficulty of construction. No, I'm very fond of this. It's gotten to be very comfortable. Like the everything moves like butter. It's got these nice tight little hand warmer pockets, and it has leather detailing. I don't know if you can see, but there's leather triangles here and here that act as like a bar tack stitch at the edge of the pockets, and also the cinches on the side are leather so that I can pull the strap and make it tighter if I was theoretically skinny enough that I would want to reduce the width of the jacket. But I'm not, because this is a vintage like style item of clothing. So I am well, I'm not too fat to wear it, but come on. Oh no, he's trying to button up his jacket under pressure. It's all falling apart. you know, I can, it fits me, but let's just say it's not roomy over here, you know? It's not roomy over here. Can you stretch your arms in front of you? Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, it's very well, like the tolerances for the jacket are fantastic, you know? So I can do that with no issues on. Look, see, I can not just can I hug myself, I can like wrap around like this. You hit the mic? Sorry. I think you'd look good in a Carhartt work jacket. Well, I have work jackets, but not a Carhartt one. What is this? Vosh? What am I? What's what? My work still has the Homeland Security alert levels from after 9/11. Yellow, elevated, orange, high. Oh, we've gone up one? Nice. I don't really think that means anything necessarily, but it's well done. The high gorge makes it look like something from the 1910s. Yes, I do like a high gorge, even though I'm tall. I do like the positioning. The corduroy collar is super comfortable. It's so comfy. It feels so good. It's like a warm little hug around my neck. Corduroy is such a comfortable material. That's why corduroy collars are pretty common. I want the jacket. It's $550 fucking dollars. Yeah, they're pretty expensive. The Mr. Freedom makes very small amounts, like very small batches of a lot of types of reproduction. Imagine, I'm trying to put this in a way because people are always going to give me shit. Okay, think of the clothing like an art piece, okay? Imagine that you went to the store and you saw a cool piece of glassware or like a sculpture and it was $550. And you're like, wow, that's a lot. And then the person who runs the store is like, yeah, it took about 80 hours to make this. So if you break it down, it's like, I don't know, 550 divided by 80, 55 divided by 8. It's like, you know, $7 or so per hour to make it. And it's like, oh, okay, so it's an expensive item, but it represents a lot of work in its production. That's the reason why, it's the reason why companies like Uniqlo were able to bring their prices down so low, because of the sort of benefits of mass manufacturing, you know, the economy of scale. But when it comes to like really good craftsmanship on a small batch of clothing, that shit's going to be really pricey. Am I right? The color's dark bluish. Yeah, it's an indigo dyed. At least I think it's indigo dyed. Hold on one second. Mr. Freedom campus. It's like the campus jacket or something, right? I think. Is it the campus jacket? It's not what is. Oh, you got it? Yes, the campus blouse, the A1 denim in a bomber shape. Is it? Is it? Where's the options on this? Just found it. Yeah, specs. Original MFSC pattern inspired by 1930s sportswear. Yeah, it's kind of like a Letterman jacket. Here, you can see it clearly here. See, there's the diamonds and the belt and stuff. And like there's Cossacks did unlined leather jackets with all necessary construction pattern edges. Cuff construction borrowed from our ranch blouse pattern. Trim 1930 silhouette one piece back, fully unlined. Slash pockets. Is it indigo dyed? It will fade down eventually, but denim selvage ID. Cat's eye buttons. Carozo wood buttons. I do love those. Made in California in an ethically responsible and small family-owned factory. You know, it's you're paying for an art piece. Oh, that's right. This is made in collaboration with sugarcane. This is 30% sugarcane fibers, not denim, not cotton, I mean. Sugarcane Co. Hawaii fiber denim, blend of 70% cotton and 30% sugarcane fibers, 13 ounces, white, green line, selvage ID, dark indigo hue. Dark indigo hue or indigo dyed? Herring nappy milled in Japan. Whale corduroy, cognac, ground cod milled in Japan. Detailed blog post about the production here. I just want to know how it's going to fade down over time. I mean, I guess I'll find out on my own anyway, because I'm going to keep wearing it. I love Sugarcane Co. They do such cool stuff. Are the buttons actually horn? They're Carrizo wood. They're wooden buttons. Anyway, I got the only one that's made in denim. Most of the campus blouse jackets are made in... Oh, this is corduroy. That's also very beautiful. That's a very, very beautiful... This one old guy does all of the modeling for these clothes. It says indigo dyed under care. Does it really? Yes, it does. Nice. Okay, cool. Probably not natural indigo because that's more expensive. But anyway, yeah, most of them are leather. And this is a genuine under $1,000 leather jacket, full grain leather. It is unlined though. So if you wear this with like just a t-shirt, you will have the suede of the leather on your arm, which some people might not like. Kind of depends on your preferences and tolerances. Any thoughts on hemp? Like what articles are good for it? I have some hemp pants. Hemp is super useful for making stuff. Look at that. Oh. The corduroy. Wait, is this reversible? No, it can't be reversible. There's suede on the inside. I got so easily distracted. The Green Kraken, thank you for the $20. You can just read the conclusion if you want. What? Anthropogenic activities are increasing the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. There's mounting experimental evidence the lifetime exposure to these increasing CO2 levels can negatively impact human. Oh, this is very real. Yeah, CO2 poisoning. Over time, you get more listless if you like the higher concentration of CO2 in your environment, the more this affects you. This is actually one of the reasons. Did you ever notice that when you were a kid and you were going to school, you felt fine going to school, but then when you're in class, you're like zombie moding, and then when you leave, you feel alert again? That's because a lot of American schools have bad ventilation, so a lot of CO2 piles up in them. You take a CO2 monitor to that, you see it's like 1,500 parts per million, 2,000 parts per million, whatever else. It's actually very bad for you. If you want to maintain good health and stay like mentally so-and-so, you should keep your windows open. You know, you should try to circulate. Germans do this. Germans are good with this. Every day they like open all their windows, even when it's winter, so the cold air comes in. Whoosh. You know, I actually have a CO2 monitor. I have one right here. We can see how mentally compromised I am. Yeah, it is good for you to keep your windows open at night. Let me see if I can. Oh, where is it? Where's the damn USB? Why'd you beat? There we go. Okay, hold on. It's taking a reading. I bet you it's going to be bad. 3 seconds remaining. 2 seconds remaining. 1 second remaining. Okay, guys. I'm actually a little bit concerned right now. You're gonna laugh at me. 2,500. There's a yellow light. It's beeping at me. Open the window. Dog, open a window. All right, well, stream's ending soon anyway. Maybe this is why I can't talk. Yeah, it's beeping. It's mad at me. That explains the takes from earlier. Listen, if I've ever said anything incorrect, it was the gas speaking through me. Did you hear that I'm dying?
The windows are open inside, so.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. You're making it worse. Stop breathing. She's very pretty. Godwings, thanks to $5. Am I cooked for liking 50-50 polyester cotton t-shirts? No, you can. There's stuff that you can do with cotton polyester blends that you can't really just do with cotton, at least not at certain price points. Though I do wonder if there's a price point where you'd find cotton shirts that do for you what you like in the cotton polyester blends. I got to do this faster. I'm falling behind, man. I'm mentally falling behind. I'm cognitively cooked. Daniel VDK, thank you for the 14 Canadian. Really appreciate that. Thank you for being who you are. Your style helps get young men off alt-right pipeline, but not ignoring them. Keep up the Lord's work. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, at this point, I feel like it's not even the alt-right pipeline. It's more like the general suffocating nihilism of the modern world, where people think that there's basically no point to anything and you can't achieve anything anyway, you know? Humble Bumble and Kay and Kareen, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Bernie's destroying all the decades of goodwill he's amassed with his refusal to name Israel BS. I do wish he'd take a stronger stance. Cinco, thanks for the $2. I don't know much about Musab Ali, I'm afraid. Eat Pussy Crew and Elaron Basdo, thank you for the $2 both. Humble Bumble, thank you for the $10 again. Really appreciate that. Zeev Jabotinsky knew that ethnic cleansing was inevitable and that liberal Zionists were lying to themselves and Arabs. Even Herzl knew himself what the project demanded and will inevitably do. Yeah. The original architects of Zionism knew perfectly well what it would do to the Arabs in the region, right? It was a widely understood byproduct of their action. And they still understand today. Victorious Garnosaurus, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Mehran, thank you for the $5. No idea what the fuck we're going to do with the World Cup. Music Nonstop, thank you for the $20. Hey Vosh, silly quibble. Processes is cringe. It's different than pluralizing hypotheses. Use a short E to sound less tech bro. Check pluralization rules. I'm being a tad prescriptivist, but you corrected irregardless. That's fair. I did correct irregardless. So wait, what's the... Hold on.
Process.
No, the plural. Processes? It's not with a hard E. Processes? It's not processes? Processes feels like it's easier to say. I'm looking at a written phonetical. Yeah, okay. Diz Zin, thank you for the $2. Heidi Dickens, thank you for the 4 Canadian. Tony Tostada, thank you for the 1776. How patriotic of you. I gotta wait an hour to leave a comment. Sorry, my friend, the 1 hour sub rule for people in YouTube chat. It's just a defensive measure, you know, I have to. I'd be overwhelmed otherwise. Still alive, thanks to the $5. Do you foresee gas prices staying super high for a long time? Yes, yeah, I do. I think that seems to be the consensus too. The oil shock we've created is going to be a problem for a long time. Jacob Deacon, thank you for the absurdly kind 70 Canadian and then 140 Canadian dollar donos. That is incredibly kind of you for a total of, well, if it wasn't for the 2,500 carbon dioxide count here, I might be able to count those two numbers up. Thank you for your work. You and Sean have contributed to my radical shift from capitalist right to apathetic observer. Well, apathetic observer might be better than capitalist right. You know, the great enemy is nihilism, right? I do think that's the big one we're fighting in the long run. So, you know, take what you can. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Seriously, it's very kind. It makes me happy, especially in an era where nobody seems to believe anything. If people's positions on anything can be moved, that means they must believe something. So it's kind of a hope pill for me, you know? Excuse me. Kind of a hope pill for me. Thank you. Ah, I just closed the page. Ah, the carbon dioxide count in my brain. Ah! I'm going to open all the windows. Dooms95, thank you for the 20 bucks. Hear me out. Pre-revolutionary France, ancien regime. First estate clergy today, media class, second estate nobility today, billionaires, third estate. Did you not hear about the carbon dioxide count, my friend? You're laying out a fucking... Excel spreadsheets are that away, buddy. First estate, second estate, third estate. I can barely read. I do agree fundamentally with what you're saying, though. Like in other words, or more specifically, the Catholic Church used to be the Epstein class. The Catholic Church used to be the source of like the political undercurrent that dictated the procession of events in the countries they controlled, regardless of who actually led in those countries. Yeah. In the same way that powerful aristocracies have done the same. Though I would argue that never has that control been as consolidated as it is right now. Iranian ballistic missiles reportedly hit Tel Aviv, Kiryat Gat, and Ashkelon minutes ago. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Those interceptors aren't doing shit now, huh? It's like a watch party. Whoa. It's okay. Iran's just mowing the lawn. Tenuous Psychosis, thank you for the $5. I'll open a window as soon as I'm done with stream. Boaz likes this. Thank you for the very kind $25. I'm worried these parasitic ads will give away the fact that I'll be proposing to my girlfriend soon. Oh, your phone can read your thoughts. Yeah, for sure. If you think about buying a chair, the phone will show you chairs. It knows. It always knows. Thank you very, very much. But yeah, no, it's genuinely the targeted advertisement, sort of the way it's been normalized, the way it's omnipresent. It's demonic. It really is. Bill Clinton, also congratulations. I hope it goes well. Bill Clinton Seller, thank you for the $5. I just escaped the buy now, pay later debt loop after years and bought my dream guitar. Then I hacked it apart and modded it. You're a brave man. Or woman. I don't know what your gender is. You're a brave person. Pog. And looks great, by the way. Beaut. Thank you, Bill Clinton Seller. 777 Commune, thanks for the $5. One must imagine the US be jopeful. You know what I'm going to do to be jopeful? I'm going to fucking open the window and maybe do something about the circulation in my stream room. I love you all very much. Take care. I'm going to be here tomorrow, okay? Bye!